Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. How are all of you wonderful peeps doing today? How's your Friday? How was your Friday? How is your Saturday going? Good to see you there, Bronze Sword. What's up, Trickster? Hello, Rainy. What's up, Cardi? Hi, Voyage. Hello, Hawktua. Lunar Ember, thank you very much for the follow. Hello, Echo. What's up, PK? You enjoy your lurk? Hello, Angel. Welcome back, Zapatron. Hello, Fortuna. Apollo, how you doing? Welcome on in, everyone. Give me one hot second before I say hello to the tube people. The tube man. The tube. How you doing, Mortal Reaper? What's up, Full Moon? Arf, arf, bork, bork to you too. Hello, Marcus. What's up, Red? How's everyone doing? You're at work, but just want to let you know you start crafting Caliban Prime. Ooh, I do like Caliban. I am a fan of the Caliban. He is the Calibro, after all. Alrighty, y'all know what we're doing when we're first getting started here today. We got some dailies to do. So who would like to join me for Red Veil dailies? I got room for 2. Who would like to join? Room for 3. You know you got Red Veil. I figured as much. I knew you would be down. Okay, we got room for 2 for a Red Veil. Hey Tom, how you doing today? What you up to? There we go. Slowly but surely getting these other factions figured out. Getting them all nicely set up. So it's a double credit weekend again. So make sure that you go and farm your credits, y'all. Go get your credits. I forgot that they were doing another double credit weekend this weekend, or else I would have mentioned it in yesterday's short. But it turns out I'm stupid. We should do Profit Taker, but I don't need credits. I got like 50 million of them. Well, May is doing her absolute best to make sure that my credits and supplies will be reduced with decorating in the dojo. Corellius, thank you very much for the 9 months prime. What's our baby name, Corellius? Again, I can't pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. I'm the worst. I'm the worst. Hey, Kyle, welcome back. Okay, we got room for 2 if anybody wants to join us for Red Veil dailies. Otherwise, we're just gonna go the 3 of us, or the 2 of us here. Gotta do it for the baby. We love the baby Thanos. Well, it's also just, you know, May enjoys decorating. I'm not someone who really does decorating. It'll be nice for the clan and the community. Which, if anybody does need a clan invite, just shoot me a private message in game. Dark Knight, can you just remind me what your in-game name is? Always love your times name. I know, I'm sorry. I'm trying to not to butcher it. It's just my brain. Creed Neolas. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna do the best I can. Every day I just try to do a little bit better and it just gets worse. Jar pickles from a friend to place work at. Moore's got like 6 jars. Ooh. Free pickles. Kenji Prime 20. Come on down. Okay, last call for Red Veil dailies. Last call. What frame would you consider brain off for me? I mean, at this point, Netra's very brain off for me. Right? Just because it's just complete muscle memory for me now. Like, I don't need to think about what I'm doing. I'm just going, brr, brr, just buttons, stuff happening. You know? So, like, I like that one for me. Tom, what's your in-game name, Tom? We're doing the Red Veil dailies here. That name? Hey, Riaz, how you doing today? Hope you're feeling a little bit better. Alrighty, survival intercept. Let's get the intercept done first. It's the annoying one. Yo, Bean, how you doing? I'm sorry, Bean. You didn't get VIP. Blue snagged it in the last few days there. Not this time. We'll get him next time, Bean. We'll get him next time. Zaku Prime worth building? Oh yeah, Zaku's great. They're fantastic. An outrageously powerful frame, actually. Oh, did you know you need energy to cast abilities? Who would have thought? No worries, didn't even know it was a thing. Oh yeah, so what we do every month, the people who donate the most bits or the most gifted subs, they get VIP. Just like as a nice little, hey, thanks for supporting the community. You know? Just a little, hey, thanks. Hey, thanks for that. Should hockey those energy pizzas? You know, you're not wrong, but I just keep forgetting. And I'm so ingrained now just to do the gear wheel that it's just kind of like, if I try to change my hotkeys, maybe it'll just break my brain. Because it's just so second nature for me, you know? Yo, Jokes, how you been? Welcome on in. How you doing today? Innerose, Titania, or Frost? Let you decide? Well, what are you deciding on? I'm confused. I would say go Frost. Frost is a ton of fun. Whoops. Those are the 3 frames that are brain off for you? Oh, okay. Yeah, see, Titania kind of makes sense, but you just kind of fly around and you just shoot things. Inros is very brain off. You don't really have to worry about your survivability, especially with arcane persistence now these days with Grace. And then, yeah, Frost is just press 4. Watch things die. Press 4, use weapons, good to go. Saturday cleaning, and now you just sort of order some pizza for lunch. Ooh, what kind of pizza are you gonna get? How things going? Going pretty good over here. Working on a Jade video that I'm hopefully gonna get done for Monday. I was planning on doing a Kome video, but then I was like, wait a second. This Jade event's coming back up. Maybe I should do a Jade video. So we're gonna get a Jade video out next, and got the audio all recorded for that. Now it's just sort of doing all the hard work, you know? Now it's just doing all the hard work. Mirage's brain off for you? Yeah, just maintain buffs, swing weapons. That makes sense. I think brain off frames is very much dependent on the person, right? Popcorn for breakfast? Oh no. The audio setting and didn't see the option. Don't know if it's disabled. No, I'm just kind of I'm wondering if that is a thing. I don't know if that's a thing. So what Painty there is talking about is YouTube has an auto dub feature for like shorts and videos, and I have it turned off, but I want to know if they've improved it at all yet. But I only speak English, so I have no idea if they've improved it at all. Yo, Ace, how you doing today? How's your weekend starting off? You have knowledge that I'm gonna hate? Oh, goody. Oh, goody. I love curse knowledge. I love curse knowledge. So yeah, if any of you speak English and another language and have seen the auto dub feature out in the wild, let me know how it is. I would like to, if possible, just because Warframe is such an international community. Yeah, I know it's AI, but yeah, I mean, what can I do, right? If I can help people, like, this is potentially a good use of AI. I hate AI, but if it's good enough that people will find the video enjoyable so that they can watch it in their native language or their first language, I would prefer to do it. So, you can click and drag colors on your operator drifter palettes to parts of the clothing. And it only works on drifter and operators, not anywhere else. What the frig? Why is that? Is Ortis AI? Technically not. Your native language isn't even on the auto dub? Oh, is it really not? Sorry, what'd you say there, Pain? You don't know every time you hear the AI voice and just immediately changes the OG language even if you don't understand it? Oh, okay, okay. The auto dub's kind of weird, but okay. Yeah, see, I'm trying to... Also, hi. I love Ukraine. The Lord of the Heroes, baby. Yeah, I was trying to find out if they've improved the system at all, because using AI for accessibility, I think, is actually a good use of AI. That's a use of AI that I can get behind because it means more people will be able to enjoy the content, more people will be able to understand Warframe and potentially reach a wider audience. So for me, like, that's actually a good use case of AI to me. But if it's not great, then I don't want to be using it because I don't want people to be, you know, unhappy with the experience. It's kind of weird, but okay, yeah. Okay, so maybe it's a wait on it some more and see if it improves at all. Because again, it's just sort of like if more people can enjoy the content, then that's what matters to me. Even changes? Yeah, I have heard on Instagram it's a little bit different. Also, May, thank you so much for the 20. It's almost been 2 years. What the frig? I've almost been streaming Warframes full time for 2 years. Trying subtitles, it's easier to check. Yeah, I could try doing those. You're over here, you don't have YouTube on music? Nah, I don't have YouTube on music for obvious reasons. Twitch gives us a setting so that we can have the music, not cause problems, but YouTube does not have that setting. AI in general is good. People use it for the wrong reason. Certain types of AI is good. This is a conversation we've had a number of times. Generative AI is not something that I necessarily like, and I actually really hate generative AI, but some use cases of it can be useful, like for instance that auto dubbing feature there. Hey Nero, sorry. How you doing? Welcome on in. So yeah, I was kind of just wanting to get feedback from the community if they've experienced, you know, if they've had good experiences with it or not. So maybe we'll wait a little bit longer to see if they've improved it anymore. Hey Witcher. Gen AI is demon tech, not literally. No, it's literally demon tech. No, nope, straight up evil. See your other message? Yeah, I did see the other message. I was just busy doing some other stuff. Was Dex Furious new this year? No, the Dex Furious has been around forever. No, the Dex Furious is there's been no new weapons yet. Yeah, but I know what you're talking about, May. I just go and feed the resources into the vault. Doing good, also panicking because you can't sell your Rune of Prime set and you're out of Warframe slots. Reduce the price a little bit and throw it up on Warframe.market. Don't forget that Warframe.market has a section on it that people can post requests to purchase. So you can just like find someone who's online if you're just really desperately needing the slots. Dex Nakana was the first new weapon in a while. Yeah, but that's even then, that was... The Dex Nakana has been around for years. That's not new to this year. What makes Arcane Battery trigger? Your armor. So you need to have armor values. It basically gives you maximum energy based off of your maximum armor values on your Warframe. Just dump a ton of the ones you mentioned straight into the vault. Don't worry about funding the individual decorations you're putting down. Okay, cool. Yeah, yep. Yep. I'll have to do that a little bit later on here. Alrighty, you know what to do. Go forth, find candies. Oh, there's no candies over there. No info on how the Incarnate Dex Furus. Well, that's because the Dex Furus is a two-handed weapon. It's not the same as the regular Furus. The Furus Incarnate can only put on the standard of Furus. It can't be put on to the Dex Furus because that's a two-handed weapon. It's a dual wield. Yeah. It's a completely different weapon. Nothing over here. Maybe? Unlikely. Yeah, they usually don't hide one back there. Furious Incarnate is probably preventing the release of more variants of a single Furious. I feel like that's not necessarily the case. Because one of the big powers of the Furious Incarnate is the fact that it's got a Riven Dispo 5, right? Not necessarily like that's the key reason why it's so good, but that is part of the problem. And don't forget that, you know, when like different variants of weapons will get different stat buffs from the Incarnans, so the, you know, if a Furus Prime were ever to come out, its stats would have different stats from the Incarnan. Allow us to put Incarnans on dual counterparts of weapons. Yeah, that would be kind of nice because there is like dual Cestras and dual Furus. That would be kind of fun to have Incarnans on. I completely agree. Nothing over here. Into Ac Magnus relics? I mean, I would say buy like a few of them. I wouldn't like go crazy like that. I wouldn't go to the extreme. Like buy a few, see how it goes, buy a few more. Ac Vasto Incarnate would be so damn cowboy. Yeah, exactly. 200 relics? I don't think you need 200 relics. I don't think you need 200 relics. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you support the community, or you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. You are new here no more. And you are awesome. Rachel Raven, yeah, send it over north. I'll take a look at it when I get the chance. So let me get my dailies on here. Be gone, demon. This is usually a spot where they like to hide candy, so I'm just gonna pop this here. YouTube gets different ad breaks. Yeah, YouTube just kind of sends ads at you when it wants to. Salty with relic luck, you spent 40 and got 4. Yeah, I mean, some people just get bad luck with relics. You're absolutely right. That's part of the reason why I just bank so much spare reputation by doing these dailies, so that I always have access to all the relics. Just because you can then use the tokens that you get inside these missions to turn into rep, and it's outside of your daily reputation maximum, so you can get yourself a whole bunch of relics. Bulk buy them the day that they come out. Necrolist or Holvania? Well, don't forget, next week the operation's coming back. So all of the Eidolon Arcanes are going to be there. If you don't have all the ones from Duveri, I would say Duveri. Because there is some really good Arcanes in the Duveri loot pool for the trade-in packs, I assume is what you're talking about. No more, the trade-in packs for the Arcanes. Me has fully deploy the child. It's true. You get ads on random, by random at YouTube. Yeah, YouTube just has a bit of a different system for putting out ads. I could set it up so it would be the exact same time as Twitch, and I'm still thinking of doing that. How many LMGs are in Warframe again? Oh, let's see, there's the Supra. The Super Vandal, I would say are like LMGs. Then I would say probably like the Carnifex would be considered LMG. I would say that the Gorgon would be one. The Soma, I would say more as an AR than like an LMG. Hi peeps, kind of new here, also kind of a baby Tenno. So far excited, your fully comes home, heck yeah! I am excited for you. Trumna, yeah, Trumna would certainly be LMG-ish. Tenora, yep, that would be another good one too. Absolutely. Did anyone pick up the speed up tool that was there? Looks like Cardi has it and is running off with it. And okay, so it doesn't look like there's anything over this way. We got something over here. Hey Kimmy, how you doing? Soma has wind-up time, for its crit chance, but not for its actual fire rate. Would arc guns technically be considered LMG? I mean, I would say they would be, you know, large machine guns rather than like you know, like a super big machine gun rather than just like a regular, like any of those other ones, you know? Okay, so you need to finish work and go farm yourself for a few hours. No worries. Enjoy. We'll catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. Like a Browning 50 cal? Yeah, I would say it's more like a full machine gun. They're certainly on the larger end of small arms. I mean, considering they can blow spaceships out of the sky, I would say that they're not small. Day and 9 hours till she comes home. Still quite a bit away, but very excited. Yeah, see, that's kind of just, you know, then you just got some time to go do some other stuff, right? And if you need a fully build, you can type !fully and see my build for her. I've got a few there for you. They are end game builds, but you can translate end game builds into early game builds just by sort of understanding the abilities and how they function. It's actually quite easy to do. You know, you just translate, oh, this frame doesn't need a lot of strength. Oh, then I don't need to put as much strength mods on there. I don't, Kimmy, I'm not gonna lie. I barely remember what I did this morning for breakfast. I have absolutely no idea if anyone's swung by. Remembering individual names like that is, not my strong suit. Let's put it that way. Oops. There are a lot of people who swing by. Yeah, exactly. I do get a lot of unique viewers here on the channel, so I don't remember each and every individual person. That's fine, just asking, no worries. The other day, not sure why Nyx is going to be in Resurgence. Any farmable relic should be in Resurgence, but that's just you. Well, Nyx and Rhino were the pairing way back in the day when Prime Accesses came back. So previously, when we didn't have Prime Resurgence the way that it is now, they would just reopen the release of the Prime Accesses for a short period of time, and it was combos. So Rhino was usually paired with Nyx. So I assume that's probably the reason why they chose Nyx with Rhino. It's the only thing I can sort of think of. The farmable primes need to come back for the accessories. Yeah, and that's the other thing there. That's a sign you're getting recognition and famous. I think it's just more of my own inability to remember individual things. For Foley, our second ability isn't very controller friendly to quick some of the objects. I have heard that people on controller didn't have that hard of a time with it. From other people who use controllers, so it's just sort of getting used to holding the button, the cast button, and then scrolling around. But I have heard from others that it's not that bad, but again, different people, different opinions, all that jazz. But I have heard from a lot of others that it's not as bad as people think of this. Extract is over here, squad. Since the timer's about to run out, I'll just park myself here. I think probably the biggest sign that I'm getting known is the fact that I have to issue copyright strikes. Stupid TikTok. Freaking hate TikTok with a fire burning passion. Mm-hmm. 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 Also, if you want to, I'm now over on Facebook, although it seems to be Facebook's a little bit weird with how it does its algorithm. It doesn't like when I just straight upload something, but it likes when I schedule stuff. And then like it pushes stuff when I schedule it, but it doesn't push it when I upload it normally. It's very odd. So I gotta figure out how Facebook works and maybe change my production schedule. Yeah, it's really, really weird. Like, the shorts that I put onto Facebook that are scheduled. Like, look at this. This is really, really weird. So this is today's short. 5 views. This was a short that I scheduled from 7 hours ago. And 7.5 views. 7.5k views. 10k views is another scheduled one. Borrow, of course, wasn't scheduled, and Borrow is usually the most popular video every week that I put it out, and only got 241 views, and this one wasn't scheduled either. So I'm starting to feel like for Facebook uploads, I need to change up my production schedule a little bit so that it's more schedule-y friendly. It pops up right at the top of your feed as soon as it gets posted. Well, that's good to hear. But yeah, I don't know why. It's just for some reason Facebook is a little bit odd with it. So I just gotta figure out the code, figure out the tricks behind the platform. Just like I did with every other platform, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay, I think we got one. No, we don't have any more. Get on my squad, nerds. GG! If Dante was the next deluxe, what if Corvex is gonna be the one after? I mean, maybe. Maybe. Valhalla, what you got? High Q, status chance, multi-shot, damage to corpus, magazine capacity. I mean, the minus magazine capacity is a little bit rough. It is more of a status-based weapon, so having more status chance and multi-shot is both very solid. The magazine capacity is a little bit rough, and the plus damage to corpus isn't really here or there. So, I mean, you could keep rolling it and get something better. You can also offset the magazine capacity with mods, if need be. And it has such a slow reload, or such a fast reload speed that honestly, the magazine capacity doesn't really matter. Half a second reload speed is nothing. So, yeah, I mean, the damage to corpus is kind of neither here nor there, but the other 2 stats there are pretty nice. Venado, status chance, crit chance, minus damage to infested and finisher damage. Yeah, so you're probably not going to use the finisher damage at all, but having status chance and crit chance are both solid, and the minus damage to infested doesn't really matter. The Exceltra... so the only thing I would say is if you're going into 100 munitions, you definitely want to be getting viral on here, so this last mod shot should be cold. And then whatever you want up here, like merciless. Maybe flight speed, projectile flight speed here, or sorry, move vigilante supplies over here. So I would do like viral, you can maybe do viral heat. So cold, heat, move that over there, move this slot over here. Already showed off your Banshee fashion. I do love Banshee fashion. They do deluxes out of order, but he and Kome and Jade have nothing, so you'd like to see one of them. Yeah, we know Jade has a skin in the game. We're just kind of waiting for it. They accidentally, I don't know if accidentally, but they loaded it into the game files, and you can actually look it up. It's the Jade Immortal skin. So we know that there is a Jade skin coming. It's just a reskin of the normal skin with a little bit of different effects. Riaz, your Wisp. Multi-augmented universal fallout. Fully self-portrait for 75% damage reduction and some slow adaptation. Archon vitality. Archon continuity. Archon stretch. Why Archon continuity on here? That's my only question. Is it just because you don't have prime continuity? That's the only question I have there. The rest of this all looks fine. I would say maybe a little bit more range, like dropping power drift for cunning drift, maybe. Just because Cataclysmic Gate scales off of range, so having a little bit more AoE on there would be nice. Other than that, the rest of this looks good. Yodvisp fashion. Ooh, pretty. I like. What about your other V's? Section A, inclusive vitality and stretch. Yep, totally fair. Ooh, I love the hair that you did there with your Marie. are all just kind of there. I think the Jade one does look better than her base skin. But I agree with you, Ace. For the vast majority of them, they exist. Ooh, I like this one too. Ooh, love the pinky purples. Very nice. Ollie, a Jade appearance. Ooh, that's nice. I like that. Clean. Very nice. Jade build. Unsure if Light's Judgment is better than Well of Life, though. Light's Judgment's actually really good. But we'll get to that in a second here. Yep, nothing to say here. Looks good to me. Obviously, without seeing what your Jade looks like, your Glory looks like. But everything else here looks great. Just make sure that you're bringing a companion with, whatchamacallit? Synth Deconstruct. I would say you probably don't need this much range on Jade unless you're focusing on the alt fire. So you could potentially drop overextended here. If you're not building around the alt fire, I feel like you don't need this much range here. But not that it's bad. I just personally I would rather have the higher strength. Yeah. So Light's Judgment does percentage-based healing on maximum health values. So it does kind of do more than this. Generally speaking. Well, maybe not generally speaking, but you can have 5 of them down and you're going to be casting them fairly frequently for Glory on High, and it also gives you 50% damage vulnerability against enemies. So to me personally, I would prefer to have Light's Judgment over Well of Life. It's spammable, doesn't require an enemy. When you cast it, Jade gets the buff, even if she's not in the AoE. When it lands on the ground, it's healing percentage, max healing percentage on the ground, and then when they leave the AoE, they get the buff for the full duration of the ability. So it actually, the healing over time function lasts double what it actually states if an ally stays in the circle for the whole entire time and then it expires. So I would personally go for, I would go for whatchamacallit over this one. Using range for 1 and augment, but the augment feels meh in most missions. Yeah, the augment is just okay. It's not that great. But yeah, I would just say I would probably keep Light's Judgment over this personally. This has a higher radius, but you can use Light's Judgment more, and the 50% damage vulnerability is just so nice. It's just so much extra damage for you and your whole squad, and then you can also use the alt fire of Glory on High for nuking on top of that. So I would personally go with that one. I think it's a stronger option for you. Your Glory build, okay, so yeah, so this Glory build is certainly going to be geared more towards playing for the main fire mode, not the alt fire. That said, it can still also obviously use the alt fire. But I tend to prefer because this and multi-shot doesn't affect the alt fire, right? So it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen another. Same with fire rate. So these 4 mods don't affect the alt fire at all. But it would, this is a great build for the normal fire mode. Absolutely. E Hunter bug. A little bit. That's kind of cool. I like that. It's cool. Recommend for support ability on her instead. I mean, do you want to be offensively supportive? Right? Because you could throw on like pillage for status cleansing your allies and armor stripping enemies. You could go, if you're going high range, you could go elemental ward so that your allies gain health values. While within the AoE of elemental ward, you could go Noko's Bripe on it for additional power, strength, and energy for you and your squad. Would all be good choices there. Heavy Caliber was supposed to be your second base damage source on weapons, which didn't have any better mods to use, but with Acolyte, Arcane's existing, it's mostly only useful with spread as the goal. Yeah, when you're spreading the AoE. Scotty, it's been a year, baby! Thank you so much for a year, Scotty. I appreciate you. You enjoy your little galactic panda. And let's see your Mirage build. So Loot Radar, you can shuffle off onto a companion and use primed animal instincts or regular animal instincts, so that's an area where you can make a potential improvement here. You could go with corrosive projection to reduce enemies' armors and thus increase your damage. You actually don't want to use precision intensify on Mirage because you want to have the strength in Eclipse and Hall of Mirrors, and even if using Prism Guard, I would still want to have the strength inside of these two abilities, let me put it that way, rather than just putting it all in here. So I'd probably look at some higher strength values for these two abilities and not just Prism. Now, if you want to go all in on the Prism Guard tech, maybe switch over to Mars Hatred for Rolling Guard, or just straight power strength, like intensify, or not intensify, because you have precision intensify, like transient fortitude, but you kind of want duration on Mirage, so blind rage would do really well. And you could drop streamline for more duration, because remember, channeled abilities, duration and efficiency will both affect the energy drain per second. So you could drop this for more duration, and then these two will last longer as well. You got Fury here, so assumingly you're playing for melee, and Molt Augmented for increasing your power strength further. Yeah, looks good. Lattice, how you doing? Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch subs for Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. And then we'll keep going here with people's builds. Mainly for arbitration support for you and your friends. Maybe Bripe on it. Yeah, I would say Bripe on it would be a good choice then. More power strength for your friends and yourself, which will then increase your healing, increase your damage, all that jazz. Increase the power strength from her second ability. So I would I would say Bripe on it would be the choice that I would go. Right? Jade's very happy to have super high strength value. Super happy to have super high strength. Growing power of corrosive projection on Wisp? Probably for that build, yeah. Probably. That's probably what I would do, y'all. Okay, real good. Okay, Hamdall, what you got? Ooh, really pretty Verona. Man, I've been loving green in the game lately. I don't know why. Green's just been like the color I've been really enjoying in people's fashions lately. Fully, ooh, that also looks really good. Just black and green looks really nice. Although I might think to add another accent color into fully, so it's not just black on green. Like maybe a white, maybe a silver, something to like break up the black a little bit and the black and green a little bit. Ooh, that looks really good though. See, like this, right? You got green, you got silver, and you got black, so it's breaking. You can kind of get a little bit more details in there. Green's been going hella hard. Yeah, green's been going great. Ooh, see again, right? Like white, blue, and then you got like the silvery blue. Although you might want to add in, and then sorry, you got the gray in there. Pardon me. My apologies. That looks nice too. Corvus, you got a Zephyr. Catalyzing shields, rolling guard, brief respite. So basically shield gatey shenanigans. Viral tempest. So you're doing quasi caster. I would say more duration is what you'd want. So like prime continuity. You do have concentration here, so you have 60% more duration than what it actually looks like. Plus Molt Augmented to fuel up your power strength a little bit more. Yeah, it looks good to me. Nothing really to say there. What's your Zephyr build look like? Or your Zephyr fashion? Ooh, it looks nice. How important is it to get Archon shards? For some builds, very powerful, important. Overall, I would say, like, work on them. They're not required for most builds, but they certainly improve builds drastically. What kind of build do you recommend for the Nefri? I mean, probably just something along the lines of my Siam. Something along those lines. Because the Nefri has, I think it's on heavy attack, it shoots out projectiles. I can't remember if it's the heavy attack that shoots out projectiles, but those projectiles, if I remember correctly, get multiplicative damage from condition overload. It's on the third attack, you think? Yeah, I can't remember with the Nefri, but probably something along those lines, or something close to like the Okina here. would be what I would recommend. Archon Intensify worth it on Jade since her 1 heals, or is it too inconsistent? Yeah, Archon Intensify is just way too inconsistent for me to want to use it ever. Like, there's very few times where I use Archon Intensify. It's basically just Uriel. And, like, it's basically just Uriel and Trinity when I'm using the Hema. Like, it's just way too inconsistent for me to really invest in. This Zephyr, by the way, looks amazing. Corvus. Kyle, what you got? Burstin. Gilded Truth, Deadhead, Toxin. So the only thing I would say here is you're running double Toxin, which is going to turn into gas. Oh, wrong one. Okay. So you're running Viral. Very good. So the only thing I would say here is I would maybe not use Galvanized Attitude. This was an error that I made in my burst and short, which is why there's a pinned comment with a correction. This will obviously give you more damage, but the AoE of the Incarnate is very heavily suited more towards Serration, and you already have Deadhead here, so I'd probably drop this, move this over here, and then you could go like Hammer Shot for additional critical damage and status chance, or another element like, you know, move around your slots here, put heat on it, so boost up your heat damage even further. But I would probably drop Galvanized Aptitude. It's not super necessary. Your Jade build and fashion. Of course you can. My in-game name is right there for you. Citrine, what you got, Block? Ooh, pretty. I like that. I can't wait for the new Sign Dawn on Monday. What about your other Citrine? Ooh, I do like this. But this is probably Look Link doing this, but I would say probably brighten up this green a little bit, but it could just be Look Link messing it up there, just to get a little bit more definition. Self-Portrait version 2. Yeah, I like this a little bit better. Null Stars. The Null Stars is so good on her. If you're playing weapon platform, though, especially since you're already using Neutron Star and this also puts out heat, maybe switch out Molt Augmented for Hot Shot, right? So then you can play sort of weapon platform caster. Something along those lines. Shadow Prime, what you got? Saren. Okay, so classic weapon platform. Yeah, nothing to say. No, nothing to say. This is just the classic build. Yep, Arcane Aegis for shield gen with the double shield speed mods, catalyzing shields for shield gating. You cast Molt for shield gating and to cleanse off any rogue status effects. Turn this on, Wind Day. Yep, nothing to say. It's a classic build for a reason. Gyre. No Helmet, Aegis, Circumvent. I would say because you have Circumvent and Aegis, you probably don't need these. I understand that you might be using them just for, like, and I wouldn't necessarily use Catalyzing Shields either, because Circumvent will just generate so much shields for you. I feel like you're going too hard into survivability, right? Of your 12 slots, nearly half of them are dedicated just to your shields. And I feel like that's maybe going a little bit hard. Like, I would probably look at making some changes here. Like, if you want to use Catalyzing Shields, I would drop one of these two for Rolling Guard for Status Cleanse. I would probably say just Aegis or Circumvent are good enough. Probably don't need to go both. Like, more power strength instead of one of these here. So, yeah, that's kind of where I would go. I think you're going a little bit hard into here. But having multiple levels of survivability isn't a bad choice, so I get where the logic's coming from. The only other thing I would say is in order to kickstart your shields, your shield generation would be like Augur mods on your pistol or Brief Respite here instead of this. But I feel like you're going a little bit hard into shield gen stuff. I think you could probably lose at least 2 of these here. Probably, and you would be fine there, Shadow Prime. But then again, if it's also to comfort, if you like it that way, you just ignore me. Oh, cool Jade fashion. Ooh, the bright teal color looks nice. Mind if you show your Mesa? Yeah, send it over. Jade build. So I wouldn't use Pistol Lamp. Pistol Lamp just isn't that good these days. You'd probably be better off with Growing Power, because Growing Power will increase Glorious damage because it's an exalted ability. Blessing, Expertise. I would say you probably don't need Blessing here. Because you're kind of playing more around shield gating or like shield tanking than health. Now, like, Arc of Vitality makes sense because this applies heat status effects and this applies a single heat status effect. So, like, this makes a little bit of sense here. But I would say you probably don't need Blessing here at the very minimum. I would also say that, yeah, so I'll drop this for growing power. You can lock in more power strength into stuff. I would say also maybe some duration on here you do really well. Because remember, Glory on High is a channeled ability, so both duration and efficiency will reduce its energy cost per second, which you have negative in both here. So I would definitely probably look at getting some duration on here. Precision Intensify totally makes sense because Glory on High is just so strong. I like to spread my strength across the abilities, especially for Phantom Eyes to have the armor strip, and then also in here because this will then increase power strength and weapon damage or shield gen. So that's why I like to spread the strength across our whole kit rather than just into her 4. So I personally would just run Umbral Intensify, but you know, 6 of one, half dozen another. So I'd probably drop a Blessing for strength and maybe drop one of these and drop that for something else. What's your Glory look like? Scorch, Lethal Torrent, Anemic Agility, yep. Super high into the heat damage. What are you running for your crit? Cascade of Flare? Or not crit, your Arcane Cascade of Flare? Yeah, I mean, looks good. Yeah. Nothing to say. Oh, going full in those statuses makes sense. Your burst in, scope, acuity, serration, crit chance, crit damage, fire rate, minus multi-shot. You're playing acuity, so you don't care about multi-shot. Yeah, that's a freaking outrageously strong ribbon, actually. That's a really, really strong ribbon. Nice job. Good roll. Yeah, nothing to say here. Nothing standing out that's weird here for me. Yep, looks good. Only 275 rolls. Kyle. Chamber, True, Serration, Vital Sense, Cryo. Yeah, that looks better to me. Thanks for the tips. One that I have to. Shadow, what you got? Precision. Yeah, so Precision makes sense on her because Peacemakers is basically your whole damage source. And you don't need a ton of strength to max these out. Like, this maxes out pretty easily. And this is just more damage, which is never a bad thing. Nourish for energy supply and damage. Hotshot, Vitality, Mesa's Waltz so you can move around. Rolling Guard for some invincibility. Velocity for further fire rate. All that looks good. Nothing to say. And really pretty fashion. Very, very pretty fashion. Looks nice. And Cedo. Yeah, so I would drop that. IPS just isn't that great these days. Just in general. So I wouldn't build into IPS personally. Ever at this point. I would switch out Prime Point Blank for Galvanized Savvy. And because the passive and Galvanized Savvy both work at the same time for your neutral damage sources. Fire rate. Yeah, fire rate's fine. Magnetic Strafe, yeah. I mean, yeah, the only thing I would say is, like, you probably don't need these two here. I would go into a different element for the main fire mode. You could also go into a crit saz hybrid because this thing is on the main fire mode a fairly decent crit weapon. And then the alt fire mode is your status priming. And Blight makes very good makes a lot of sense here if you were to go into a crit saz hybrid. Right? Because this gives you critical damage. So that's the only thing I would really say there. Your regulators, are these the same build? No. Savvy Shot, bunch of heat, creeping bullseye, accelerated isotope for more fire rate, lethal torrent for even more fire rate, secondary enervate. Okay, so secondary enervate, I don't know if I would use here. It's either you use secondary enervate or you use creeping bullseye. I wouldn't say use both. The reason why is this stops working on orange crits, and you're gonna have hot shot. You had hot shot on your Mesa, right? Yeah, you got hot shot on your Mesa, so you're already going to be in red crit territory, so you don't need enervate here. The rest of this looks fine. I mean, radiation isn't necessarily the best status effect. I would probably switch out a accelerated isotope for magnetic might for the extra critical damage. And then helps with overguard and helps with shields. So that's the only thing I would say there. And if you were to drop this and then just use enervate instead, then you would have plus 20% more fire rate, right? But yeah, I would probably drop that for the magnetic mod. And on this one, yo, J-Chan, how you doing? Yeah, on this one, I would say the same thing. Magnetic instead of this one. Going in double into heat is perfectly fine for the extra heat damage and, you know, heat inherent shenanigans, basically. But you're not really going to be doing heat inherent here, but having more heat damage isn't bad. I would probably, again, drop this for the other one. On your Mesa, you had the Fire Rate Arcane, right? Yeah, you had the Fire Rate Arcane. So I would probably drop this for the Magnetic Might, personally, but that's a personal preference thing. Your eyes started tearing up when you were locking in? Oh, no. Lycat's Hunt for your energy. I assume on here, blissfully, you have some Equilibrium Shards. Battery, you don't really have enough armor to make battery worthwhile. You do have health conversion though, so that's there. But at this point, wouldn't it just be better to just use a flow instead of using both health conversion and battery? Because and fiber, you've got 3 things that one mod fixes. Is kind of my logic here. It kind of feels like these are unnecessary. You're going to be invisible, which is essentially invincibility at most stages of the game. Like, you could go also the smokescreen augment on here too. Gexil, thank you so much for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I would say probably don't need those. In your defense, this is a meme build? Okay, so if it's a meme build, yeah, that's fine. Do your thing, live your life. Live the life you feel like. Covert lethality, finishing touch, prime pressure point, berserker, blood rush, Common Seal, berserker fury. If you got prime fury, because the attack speed of finisher attacks is locked at 1.5, so you can switch that out, and then you're running melee fortification because on melee kill extra energy because you feel like doing a lot of armor. This is the Zaku Prime. Let's see. High range, no helmet, Aegis for shield gen, multi-augmented, catalyzing shields. Having a rolling guard would be nice, but you would probably have to drop auger reach for that, and you probably don't want to do that. So the only thing I would say is like a rolling guard would be nice, but you're probably not going to be dropping anything for that. Because you got a 75% dodge chance, which is is massive for survivability. And then you got catalyzing shields as well, so just something like, yeah, but then you would have to probably switch out for corrosive protection to free for spite if you did that. Just an idea for you. Okay, what do we got relic wise? We got a survival. Who wants to join me for a survival voyage? Gray, how you doing today? Lunar, what's your in-game name? And Pandemic Trauma, what's your in-game name? We're doing a Steel Path Omnia survival. Zaku can't hit 100% DR? No, but Zaku can get incredibly survivable because Zaku's fourth ability will give them 75% dodge chance and just means that you don't take any damage. And then with shield gating, you'll take like no damage, and then if you want to go absolutely crazy, you're going for Omamori. No, yeah, Omamori, not Omakuji. Wait, now I'm getting messed up. I don't remember which one's which anymore. I'm lost. I'm scared. I pooped myself. Help. Help. I don't know where I am anymore. Help. You may know nothing. I know nothing either, Jon Snow. Don't worry. Finally, survival after the last streams of no survivals. I know. Onamori, yeah. It's like Omakuji. That's not the right one. Wait a second. I know I'm bad with words, but I'm pretty certain that's not the right one there. Lucillin, how you doing? Welcome in. Look at this little sprodling. Hi, buddy. You having a good time on the couch? All right. You enjoy it. Is Prime Fury a login? Yes, it is. Electric Callboy, already feeling at home? Hell yeah. Welcome on in. Happy to have you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, someone's got Nod loose. Okay, you know the deal. Let's go find ourselves a room. Oh, I'm shocked that I pronounced your name right. I can't pronounce anything. I can't pronounce anything. Hey, we got a bad room. Whee! All right, let's see if we can find ourselves a better room, squad. Anything over here? Nope. That's a dead end. Okay, let's see if we can find ourselves a better room, because this room isn't the best. We can manage with it, though, if we need to. We already got a speed up tool. Is this? That's just Varuna's room. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. I'm coming. Don't worry, we got you. Okay, just gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to Turbo. Otherwise, it's take. See you in a second. And we're gonna see if we can just find ourselves a better room here, and if not, we'll just camp in that room. Hey, got it. Okay, come over here, squad. Whee! Zoom! Babysitting newbies in a Void Cascade level defense on defense with you was playing Immortal Inros. You got 18 revives. Heck yeah! Yeah, I just haven't really been in level cap mood now for a long time. It's just not like, I just don't have the patience to wait. That's my big problem, is I just don't have the patience for it. Why is the enemy spawning here so weird? Been a minute? Well, welcome on in, Fever. How you been? Happy to have you. Hey, we got the even better room. The even better room. But we also need to get our reactant, or at least I need to go get my reactant. You guys apparently found some. Level cap can be really fun. Oh no, level cap can be a ton of fun. It's just, I just don't have the patience to wait, you know, an hour and a half to start playing the mission, you know? It's incredibly fun. The room that I put a waypoint down in, I just gotta go find the reactant that you guys had. Hopefully I find it in the next 30 seconds. We were hunting down rooms, so this isn't anyone's fault here, of course. If I don't get my relic, it's all good in the hood, but there's number 10, so we're Gucci. Oh, who's gonna die to Malice? It's not me today. Survival level cap? Yeah, it takes a long time. I mean, typically if I'm doing level cap, I'll go into like Disruption or Void Cascade. A, because it's fastest, but B, also just the rewards for those two missions are so much better. Should be faster with the addition of the speed up timer. Yeah, if you can find them. Time for you all to die. Thoughts on Lieutenant Grigori, the Scythe? It's one of my favorite melees in the game, actually. It's got some really interesting tech because of how it interacts with condition overload on its heavy attack swing. It's multiplicative damage on that thing. It's actually very strong. How you doing today, Insight? Good to see you again. What you been up to? Whee! 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 Man, I haven't played Caliban in a while. Bunch of work done. Finally submitting everything that's due. Yay! Woohoo! Yas, yas. I've been just like craving. He tells your baby Nintendo to come back to Warframe by telling him the new update vaguely and says the new Railjack stuff coming, his favorite thing to do. Ooh. Well, I mean, the nice thing is that your baby Nintendo has a little while to do that, right? Because Jade Child's Constellations isn't until probably mid-June. So they got lots of time to come back and check out the goodies in the frame. Man, Caliban's just so satisfying to play. I think that's probably the thing that I like the most about the reworks that they've been doing, is just it feels satisfying to play the frames. Like every time that they do a rework, it's like, ah, yes, this feels better to play and to enjoy. I think that's always the big thing with me, is just the feel of it. Channel Fusion Strike Augment would be very fun, like Fuse Crucible for the Concrete Boy. Yeah, but like, do we really want yet another invincibility mechanic? Is always my problem with that stuff, right? It's like, do we really want yet another invincibility mechanic in the game? Because I mean, I can't show you because we got an Oberon in the team right now. But when you're in the cast animation for his fourth ability, you're invincible during it. Just thinking about the laser? Yeah, see, if it was just the laser, that could be kind of neat. Because then you could do like a funny triple beam build using the melee guys, because they cast at the same time, right? So that could actually be a really, really interesting build variety for him. I could see that being really, really interesting. I wouldn't mind seeing augments for Caliban, each of them interacting differently with each of the companions. So like that one would be interacting with the melee guys, and then maybe like a sentient wrath augment so that the Sumulus would interact with in some way with sentient wrath. That could actually be really interesting. I wonder how they could do that, or what that would look like. Gonna load in the dojo and be like, bam, trade station right in front of the face. Yes. Yes. Man, I love the Cedo. I always forget that you can reload while in the spin animation for Caliban with his Razor Gyre. Get an augment that lets us combine all the Caliban summons in one or two big sentient creations. What would those big sentient creations be? And if you say Eidolon, I would be very confused. You just summon a full terror list. Is very stupid and fun. Oh yeah, it's great. Overcharge is a very interesting arcane, especially if you're playing a frame with enough energy to really take use of it. I didn't even bring anything to level up today. Please let us summon Harry, Terry, and Larry. Or Terry, Gary, and Harry. I'm good at words. Summon a Hydralist. Imagine. Here's a Hydralist. Enjoy. Oh, hey, Hunhow. I brought your arm. Ah! Help. You just want to summon Hunhow? Okay, I don't think that that's going to be allowed. I'm super game for it. I would cackle if I could just in the middle of a Corpus ship summon a freaking Titan. But something tells me that that's not going to happen. Ship would blow up. Yeah, exactly. Let us summon the beasts. Listen, as the resident summoner aficionado, I'm with you. I would love to have that. They hit the second hunt now. Hello, nerds. Goodbye, nerds. Caliban summon the Archons could be super fun. Okay, that actually I think would be a little bit more reasonable. Now we're talking. Now we've got a cool idea and reasonableness. Because like they're good, but it's not on now, you know. Archon charts in the original state, yeah. That would be super cool. I'd be down for that. I wonder what the original state of Yo, Lich, been a while. I was wondering where you were at. Is there a reason to get other incarnate weapons if you already own the Burst incarnate? Yeah, it's called variety. Variety is the spice of life. Doing the same thing over and over again, using the same weapon over and over again is a surefire way to get yourself really, really bored in Warframe. You were stuck in the Middle East? Oh no, were you visiting family? I can imagine that being a bit problematic, considering I know where your family is. I assume that's where your family is, and considering the world events going on. So I hope that all is well and they're all safe. Seems like obviously you're safe, which is an important thing. Hey, Cage, how you doing? Everyone's good? Caught a flight from Turkey? Very good. Good to hear. I'm glad to hear that everyone's safe. If you're in the Middle East, can you say hi to my uncle? The Middle East is a very large area. The Archons would be cascading summons because they can also summon more sentients. I feel like we wouldn't get more sentients. Is slash damage still viable nowadays? Yeah, slash damage is still good. Just the environment around slash damage got reduced. So slash damage is still strong, but slash got devalued because of other changes in the game. In before you know his uncle. Honestly, you know what? At this point, I wouldn't even be surprised anymore. So it's still good, just not as powerful as it was like 2 years ago. And that's largely just because of the changes to the other status effects, as well as the changes to enemy armor values. So it got devalued a little bit, still strong, just not as good as it used to be. And generally speaking, like blast, gas, heat, toxin, electric are stronger damaging status effects now these days. because the armor changes back in Jade Shadows and the status changes back in Jade Shadows. Which I'm so happy that they did that. I forget who it was, but someone asked us, like, what are your thoughts on damage 3.0? I was like, no, it's way better than what it used to be. Way, way, way more improved. You have to rebuild and reform your Pseudo Prime because you accidentally sold it trying to free up weapon slots. Oh no! See, this is why you collect everything. Hey, Dream Eater, how you doing today? What you up to? I hope that, Lich, I hope that your work was understanding of the, you know, getting stuck in another country. No. They might get it back for you. Yeah, sometimes sometimes the DE team are really chill about that type of stuff. You really feel like you need to utilize that. I'm gonna pop this here since life support pods are spawning in this room now. Let's see if I didn't find any. Ain't that unfortunate? Your boss was like, "Oh, you're alive? Cool. Don't worry about it. The job. Don't worry about the job. Just make it back in one piece." Okay, that's good. I'm glad that they were understanding about that. Yeah, get the Lavosh. Good. You've been trying to optimize Hysteria today. Not sure what the best mix of damage and strength is, but you're aiming for your best. 500 million heavy attack on solo is pretty new to you. Yeah, she does incredible damage. If you want to see my builds for her, you can type !point Valk to give you some more ideas. Sorry, Valkyrie. You gotta type the whole thing. My apologies. There you go. Going to the store. Word. See you in a bit. Oh, Caged, I don't have the new Venato augment build with the bot command at the moment. But if I got a VIP or a mod around who could swing by the channel and pick that up for Cage, that would be real chill of ya. Yeah. You find it odd that you can get fully, pretty fast and hardly any restrictions to build her, but her weapon has an MR requirement. Why is that? Most weapons, all weapons in the game have an MR requirement. Warframes do not have MR requirements. All weapons have MR restrictions, and it's essentially MR level, not like completely directly, but MR level is essentially a good litmus test, not litmus test, is a good indicator of the weapon's overall capabilities. Generally speaking, the higher the MR weapon, when we're not taking into account incarnate forms, the better the weapon will be. Just the attachments, once they're on our Warframe, all the clipping is driving you nuts. Yeah, some of them do need to be a little bit more. Oh, the Venato video from the channel with the new augment. The Mark 1 weapons don't, but that's semantics. Yeah, though they're also literally the Baby Tenno. The babiest of Baby Tenno's weapons. Thinking of theory crafting for Nova, even though Nova's already good, you're wondering if you could do something with pyrotechnics. I don't know if pyrotechnics would necessarily be the best choice for Nova, because Nova doesn't have an ability that does ragdolling, so you're not going to maximize pyrotechnics. But you could probably do something with casting on her very easily. What would I do for like a caster build with Nova? I mean, Nova with her Null Stars alone is a very, very strong caster build, and if you type !point Nova, you'll see my version of that. But thank you very much, May. Super appreciate you. Caged Heart, the video's there in the chat for you. May just posted it for you. W mods, we love the mods. We do love the mods in this house. Back to the deco. No worries. Hope you're enjoying. Let me know if you need me to come in and build a room for you. We're heading out at 20 minutes here, squad, so get ready to head towards Extract in a second. Hey, Commander Knight, how you doing? Begone. Thoughts? No thoughts. Only vibes. Should be okay for now. Once y'all drop a bunch of goodies in the vault, you do it that way. Oh, yeah. Any weapons or companions that ragdoll? I mean, in large groups to make it super worthwhile, not really. You might be able to use the Nautilus for enemy grouping, though. And then just get, like, a bunch of heat stacks on enemies with pyrotechnics by doing that. Or the Cyotid, which is a secondary weapon, also good for grouping. You can run Bulwark on your primaries? Yes, you can. Actually, you might even be able to go for, because you're using Arcane Battery, you could also go into Overcharge, right? Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to Sherbo, otherwise it's tight. See you in a moment. What should you mod Citrine for? You just got her, but the kit doesn't really make sense to you. Give me a second here. I'll get you my Citrine builds. Sorrowfang? Yeah, you could try Sorrowfang. Sorrowfang, I forgot, does ragdoll enemies. But you gotta do it's heavy slams with it, I believe. And you gotta have a high combo counter. Which is kind of the, you know, the balancing factor to that. Trying to think if there's anything else that does, like, ragdoll-y shenanigans. Can't remember off the top of my head. You really need to max out Afflictions for Exalted Blade? Ooh. Afflictions isn't too hard to do. Rowan, thank you very much for the 6 months tier 1. Appreciate the heck of you. Sonicor? Sonicor does ragdoll, though? Maybe the Corns. Just remembered your monitor had HDR support? Yeah, I just have not done... HDR is really weird. It does, like, when you tab out, it does the black screen, and it doesn't really look great on stream, so I don't use HDR. Eclipse or Roar in terms of damage buff. You're also building Excalibur Umber right now. What did you pick? Remedium, Roar, or Eclipse? Roar is largely considered the best damage buff in the game, so Roar. Running exclusive full screen, HDR tone mapping can be stink sometimes. Yeah, I was running full screen, I tried borderless, and whenever you tabbed out, black screen. Like even borderless window for some reason, it was doing it too, so. I think it was just my, I think it's just my monitor problems. Alright, GG peeps. Is Fatly worse than Roar on almost anything? Yeah, exactly. What is Hydroid's tentacles scale off of? What are you talking about? Like damage, range? I mean, it scales off of range, duration, damage, technically efficiency, well, to reduce the everything there. You know, the energy cost. So, all of the stats, technically speaking. The number? What kind of number? There's lots of numbers in Warframe. Warframe is just a math simulator. What GPU I'm running? The AMD 9070 XT. But my monitors, for some reason, I don't know. Every time that I tab out when I'm using HDR, it blacks the screen, so I just don't use it. Max amount of tentacles? I don't think the max number of tentacles gets affected by anything, but we can double check the wiki just to be safe. Hydroid slash abilities. for a total of 20. So yeah. Doesn't seem like the tentacles scale off of anything. Yeah, 20 tentacles emerging from all surfaces. Yeah, so it doesn't look like the tentacles scale off of anything. At least according to this. Enemy limit on abilities is such an odd thing. I think it makes sense considering if you were to just... Like, people really don't like Foley's fourth ability because of it kind of messing with enemies and whatnot. So if you had tentacles as well, lifting all the enemies up off the ground, it could mess... You know, people wouldn't be that happy. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's cats. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to feed the boys. There we go. The boy has a streak now. Ollie, what'd you send? Don't feel like just stretch is enough. You like range on her 1 and priming enemies. Okay, let's take a look. 175? I mean, 175 range should be enough. Once you get this maxed out, you'll have 190. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. Looks good to me. Yeah, I like that. Imagine if Ballas making his return when we get to Tau. It was yet again Ballas. Back again from the dead. Somehow it was Ballas. All over again. You know who I haven't played in a long time is Noko. Let's play some Noko. Is there any weapon I want to work on? Oh, I have a Cinta to level up. Yeah, we'll work on the Cinta. Somehow Ballas returned. What a terrible job they did with that movie. Absolutely awful. Valox, I think, has enough. I think it has enough forma. Yeah, I don't need to put another form on this thing right now. Anything with an Incarnon? I just feel like throwing forma at something. I don't know why. No, everything that has an Incarnon. Oh, maybe the Stug. We'll throw some forma on the Stug to get ready for its Incarnon. Here you go, Stug. What are the other ones? The Stug, the Obex. Yeah, we'll throw some form at the Obex too. Since we know this is getting an Incarnon, we can at least throw some of the regulars on here. And get stuff rolling here. And I don't think I need to do anything with my companion there. Okay, who would like to join me for another Omnia Survival? Steel Path. Erzman, you want to join? Peanuts, you want to join? Lunar, sure. Lunar, what's your in-game name? Unpopular opinion of yours, with the fully second abilities where she falls short, no actual ability change what she summons. You wish you could summon objects with codex scanned objects. Yeah, the reason why they did that is because you could just summon codex scanned objects. That would cause a lot of problems, both for, oh, now I need to go unlock this. Boo-hoo, worst frame. Brr, 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 brr. Brr, I have to go work. Brr. And also some of the objects are just so powerful, so even with then the 13 items that she can summon are already incredibly strong. That's even more of a coding nightmare than it already is. Yeah, exactly. Hey, CC. What you up to? Erzman, whenever you're good. I like the idea there, Sig, but I just think that it's not going to be super... I don't think that's, like, super doable. Give you a second. What the hell? What the... I knew it. I knews it. Molts. I knews it. I could smell it. I could smell. I didn't have that on there. Totally unreasonable, but you still wish it was real. You know what? At least you're cognizant of the unreasonableness of it. At least you're aware. Drink my water. I do like water. Yeah, it's so weird. Facebook is just... I don't understand the algorithm of Facebook Reels and videos yet. I mean, I've only been on the platform for like 4 days, so that makes sense. Posture check. My posture is pretty good right now. I mean, to be fair, it could always be a little bit better. It's Brent. No, man, I haven't played Noko in forever. So this is going to be interesting. Okay, let's go find a room together, hold hands, get candies, win day. Lotus, stop yapping. Ah, bad room right off the bat. And dead end there. Okay, I'm gonna go see if I can find ourselves a room here. Yeah, better room. I have someone from your alliance in my friends list. Yeah, I've got just like a bunch of random people in my friends list. This is probably a dead end here. Yeah, it is. All right, squad, let's come over this room, over here. This room's at least a little bit better. Ah! Trying to control Noko while flying is not always the best. So you've not been playing Warframe? I mean, I don't blame you. Final Fantasy XIV is really, really fun. I love Final Fantasy XIV. I'm actually excited to get back and play it for the new expansion. Although the one that I've been... one of my favorite things is like city sim games. Oh, I forgot to check something here. Sorry for the random Discord pings there, everybody. My apologies. Yep, sorry. I realized that I didn't turn off that from yesterday. You been burned out playing Warframe since people you used to play with are no longer in contact with? Well, you know what? Come play with us, CC. Come play with us. Yes, that was a real notification that time. I just... For some reason, Discord just... When I say feed the voice call through the audio channel, it's like, right, so we'll also feed the notifications through the through that channel too, right? That's what you want? And I'm just like, no, that's not what I want. Yeah, exactly. Oh, so I should feed all of it. Oh, okay, I understand. No, that's not what I want. Thank you. Nope, okay, that's what I get. All right. I see how it is. Sure, you've been wanting to play Jade more? I have a Jade video in the works right this second, actually, CC. I'm hoping to get that out in the next few days. I'm stuck on a wall. We do love Jade in this house. Is true. We do love Jade here. Jade build to give people a 400 secretion? What do you mean? What? Secretion? And a free 1/4? I'm confused. Do you mean strength? Yes, and damage? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love Jade. She's a ton of fun. Oh, that's, right. Ace, can you do me a favor? Yeah, you. Do you mind just shooting me a PM on Discord with Jade AoE Bripe on it? I knew that I forgot to say something in the script. Thanks, Ace. Appreciate you. Any band recommendations? Electric Callboy. Always Electric Callboy. Don't you love just letting those spawn in and immediately die because Brightbond is just Spore Spring is that silly? Dark Knight, thank you so much for the follow. Ah! Be gone, demons! Black smoke. Black smoke. Rise. Noko really two-shot Void Angel with his 2, with his 4, yep. Noko is very strong. Has some limitations to him, obviously, but he is very strong. Bat. There we go. How's everyone doing today? Pretty good, Dark Knight. How are you? I don't know if you're the same Dark Knight as the YouTube Dark Knight, but happy to have you here nonetheless. We got 2 Dark Knights? You followed me long ago? Okay, we got 2 red Dark Knights. That's hilarious. Well, I appreciate both of you nonetheless. Switch link to Discord. Think you they give you a status when streaming, it disables Discord pings and such? Yeah, except for the fact of the matter that I need to hear Discord pings in case someone needs to get a hold of me, so I can't use that one. You know, people message me like, hey, something's wrong, or, you know, the mods need me to take a look at something important, or streamer friends have questions, or, you know, various things, so I can't really ever use that. It's not actually a very useful tool. Just want to say hi since you've seen a few of my YouTube videos. Well, I'm happy to have you over. Hope you're doing well. Black smoke, black smoke. How are my weapons leveling? Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me. And you want to support our community. Twitch sub for Sherbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. Ooh, actually, Rainy, you break a very good point. I should have shorts for the evening song, and I should get shorts for the evening song Harmony and Canter. No evening song yet? Gonna do it after the Jade video? I'll probably do it with the Jade video. Or like a few days after the Jade video. Ads? Well, if only you had a sub. But you do a cute little fat cat. There's still no command? No, it's because I hate you. Also, feel free to come join our Discord community, everyone, if you feel like it. It's so good, man. Jade Deluxe, there has been not really a leak, but they did put in early into the game, because assumably it just came with the last patch, a Jade Immortal skin. Which does look pretty nice. Gonna guess it's next borrow? Yeah, that's my guess. I was actually kind of hoping it would be this borrow, but it makes more sense for it to be next borrow because it'll be lining up better with Belly of the Beast, right? It does look really nice, actually, yeah. Jade needs more love in terms of her skin. Yeah, she has none. I completely agree. Jade does need some love. Ooh, this is who I can do for the Toxin video. Oh, this is what I can do for the Toxin video. I was wondering who I could do for the Toxin video. So I'm doing a series of shorts on the channel going over all the different SAS effects, and I was kind of thinking, being like, who do I use for Toxin? Huh? Why did it stop resing you there? Oh, Araxia would be a good call too. I think... Ooh, yeah, Araxia. Who I do also have a long form video. I do also have a long form video for Araxia. So Araxia would be another good call. Ooh, but then the question is which of the two do I... You know what? I'm gonna do Noko. And that's because people with arachnophobia. I'll do Noko for that. Saren? Yeah, but I hate Saren. And I don't have a Saren video, and you know... So one of the big things, strategy as a content creator is very, very important. You try to get as much content to lead into other content streams as much as possible. So, the idea is that you try to get people to look at the videos, which are long format, so you're converting shorts viewers to long format viewers, and you go from there. So for instance, today when I was doing heat, I was showing my Neja, who is a heat-based frame. I actually liked Foley's base helmet after, like, we saw a little bit better of her skin once her, she finally came out properly. The fear of mushrooms, I don't think that that's a very well-established phobia, but it's probably less established than arachnophobia. You overcame your fear of spiders, you think? You know what? That's fair. Morsky, how you doing? You really hope you're able to go into ability duration over strength, but no? On whom? On Araxia? Oh, for Foley? I mean, you don't need strength on her at all, actually. Foley is not a strength frame. The most amount of strength that you really care about on Foley is, the most amount of strength that you really care about on her is, 200. You don't really care about anything over 200% strength on her. Her fourth ability, 100% armor strips at 200% strength, and her third ability gives 90% damage reduction on, only 180 strength. So you actually don't need strength. When you draw enough sexy spider people, it makes more sense. Mods, remove that message. That was insane. No. I'm gonna frame that and put it on my wall. Do you need more Nautilus systems? I always need more Nautilus systems. Foley's one of the few frames you can play with the Higasa. Yep. I mean, Foley's incredible. I love Foley. And if you need a build for Foley, I've got 3 different builds on the channel. And you can type ! Foley for those builds. Okay, how's my leveling going for these weapons? 25, so a little bit slow. But we are doing a bunch of the speed up tools. Squad, we might stay to 25 minutes here, just so I can get everything leveled up for my Forma pool, but if you need to leave early, you are more than welcome to. I'm just gonna try to get some Forma on these weapons here, and then work on Jade's weapons after that. You got 1 day till you get Foley? Hell yeah. Well, if you want a Foley build, get some inspiration before you get your Foley. There you go, I got you. You don't post them? Good choice. You have 1,200 hours in Warframe? More hours. More. You got to pick between, yeah, I mean, Primed Vigor is not that great. There's a few frames where it's actually pretty useful on, like Calvan's actually a really good use for it. And there's a number of other frames that are actually quite decent with it, but generally speaking, you're not really going into health and strength on, or health and shields on frames. But also, you know, yeah, Steinax is actually a really good choice for it too. Yeah, I agree. At the end of the day, go with whatever makes the most sense for you and your playstyle, right? Especially since next patch is coming with the unification of knockdowns. So knockdowns will be easier to deal with. So prime sure-footed will be less necessary. Or at least less necessary for me in the way that I play. I'll still use it. I'm not gonna lie, I'll still be using it. It's very useful. After you've done all the elements, you're gonna make a long format video with all the info all together. Could be good. Cardi, what do you think started the spawn of these shorts? I've had that script written for months. I just haven't had the effort to get it done. Yeah, that script is really old, actually. That script has been written for about 1.5 years, and I just have not actually sat down and made the video out of it. Okay, we're gonna stay till 25 minutes here, squad. If you need to go early, you're more than welcome to. Hey, Jolly. Drink my water. All right. What am I getting stuck on? Do I have any good wisp builds? I have a wisp build. It's playing around her 4th ability, the augment. It's the way I like to play her. But if you just want to play a weapon platform, you just go, how much strength can I put on this frame? With duration to comfort. Congratulations. You can go to level cap. And I've got bounce, bounce, bounce. Okay, so we're staying to 25 here, squad. Just so I can finish leveling out my weapons here. Would blast or gas be better on fully? Weapon-wise, doesn't really matter. If you're playing around her 4th ability, blast. If you're not playing around her 4th ability, then just whatever. Doesn't really matter. The reason why is her 4th ability will 100% armor strip, and blast does get its damage reduced by armor. So it would be a solid choice for there. CC, yeah, after this run, we'll be shooting out invites for the next squad. Hey, are you dead? Nope, there you are. What are you doing after this run? More relics! Can you join? We'll be doing Steel Path Relic Stinger, but if you're, well, you're welcome to join if you got Steel Path unlocked. I need to resupply my Steel Essences. Since we're getting 2 new Warframes in a few weeks, I need to refill my Steel Essences for the next Teshin, which should be before that update? Should be? I think. Spot in the grinding too? Yeah, sure, absolutely. Although I think next mission I'll be working on the Jade's weapons here. Purple and blue shard. You want to keep playing Araxia? Or keep slots open and give max energy? What do you think? I mean, I would, until you know what you're using shards for, I would recommend not really doing anything with them unless you know you're going to be using it right away. Just because they are a little bit of a more finite resource. Because you can only get a certain amount each week. Oh, you know what? I just thought of that. I wonder if it is for the Facebook thing. I wonder... we'll be going for 20 minutes with whatever the next thing is. We generally speaking, unless I'm farming and working on stuff, we'll go for 4 waves. Like this time, because I was forming stuff, we stayed an extra wave so I could finish leveling stuff out. I was just on the edge there for getting them leveled. But typically speaking, we go for 20 minutes or 4 rounds of loot downstairs. Time we touch, get this feeling. Every time we kiss, away I can fly. Gara, Gyre, or Gara, I know, right? You're having a crisis? You'll be fine. I believe in you, Cardi. Okay, so we're heading out at 25, so get ready to start heading towards extract in a minute here. Gyre is very fun. This is known. This do be known. Okay, if you got all your reactant, let's head on out to extract, shall we? Oh, it's like right here. Well, ain't that convenient? There we go. What? Temple's probably one of the least popular frames, despite having the show stage frame. It's just, I mean, to be fair, we have 64 different Warframes right now, not including primes. So, you know, there's so much wide variety of options that we have. Temple is incredibly strong, but it's just, you know, we have so many different options that it kind of makes sense that people would gravitate towards some things and not others. Yeah, I wonder why Facebook is being so... I wonder... Ooh, I wonder... Can I see any of the information here? No, I can't. I wonder if I uploaded this as the Insta one. Maybe. I'll just check to see if it's a file type issue for Facebook. All right, GG squad. Nice and easy. Love to see it. Okay, let's go. Flee! More steel essences. When is the next Teshin Umbral? We had one not too long ago. Yeah, I just want to see where we're at. 4 weeks away, so we'll have another Umbral Forma before the patch. We'll have another one before the patch. Alchemy! Okay, CC, we're doing alchemy. Thanks for the game. Thank you for the game. Ace, because I know that you're a alchemy addict as well. Oh, Blissfully did claim the spot there, so let's grab CC. Let's grab Cardi. And we'll grab Blissfully Tired. What's your in-game name, Blissfully? And then we'll grab Ace for the next round. Song. Oh, Stinger was actually on deck. Oh, Blissfully, you are actually on deck for the next round because Stinger was on deck first. So my apologies. Cardi and Stinger, what's your in-game name? Probably just another V for now. What's up, Cardi? Why do you keep yelling my name? You said you wanted to join. You'll join Ace on the next one? You'll skip? Oh, okay. Well, fine then. Same as Twitch, but just capital B and T. Thankfully, that doesn't matter. Blissfully tired. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I didn't have a weapon Exilus? Okay, we need to get some more weapon Exilus. Lethal Torrent. That. This needs a potato. Heated charge. And then just a bunch of crit stuff. So, like, target cracker, mag, and okay, another V on here. And we'll figure out what we're doing with the rest of those mods after. Okay, quick ad break, see you in a second. Harmony. You also need a potato. Do I have any potatoes? Working, kata. I have 5 blueprints for this? I haven't been making them? What the heck? I've only got 12 Orkin reactors. Like, I need any more of those. Oops. Get that build as well. Okay, Harmony. What are we doing here? Elementalist, Reach. Do we need Reach on here? Probably not. Drifting Contact, we don't need that. Probably don't need that. Crit chance, crit damage. So Blood Rush. Galvanized Steel. So we'll throw a V on here. We got that. We don't have a... Oh, that's an Exilus weapon adapter as well. Alright, you're good, you're good, you're good. Let's grab Callie. And yeah, we'll do that one there. And we had the clan reward page. There we go. And then we got Nightwave. Hey, Cardi, I gotta get you back here. Sent to your decision. There we go. I gotta get you back your... Altison? You're here? What the? Hema, what you got? Multi-shot fire rate, critical chance, minus zoom. Holy crap. What the frig? That's a tasty Riven for the Hema. Holy. I mean, it's not a god roll, but it's damn effing good. And the only reason I say it's not a god roll is because this thing gets multiplicative damage from galvanized shot. Putting more base damage on here would be really tasty. But that said, this is a really freaking good roll. Like, this is as close to a god roll, and under 3 rolls, you would not keep rolling this. This is fantastic. That is really, really tasty. Gamma, how you doing? Welcome in. Ooh, that's super tasty, Alton. That's a really, 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 really good ribbon. Oh, that's a really pretty Varuna build there, or Varuna fashion there. I like. I like. All right, let's go alchemize, shall we? The wings to dust. I wish I... Oh, CC for the 5 months. Heck yeah! Thank you so much for the 5 months. Tier 1, super appreciate you. Oh, also, you guys want to see one of the most This is not me complaining about anybody. I want to make it clear. I'm just laughing at this. This was the past 3 months for the Partner Plus. Look at that. So close. I was like, oh my lord, we were so close. It's literally edging the bar. Oh, it was so close. That's okay. We'll get it next month. We'll get it next month. I don't want that one. I want this one. We were so close. So if you're you know, a sub here and you want to help out the channel, getting to that Partner Plus is actually really useful. It's basically a raise for Zenosfire. We've been so close since January, because January we actually got it, but then February and March and April we were just a few subs away. But I'm not too concerned. We'll get it eventually. What do you think about the hardest thing with Foley's Hunt is? I don't think that it's hard. But generally speaking, a lot of people will have a lot of difficulty with it because they try to bring glass cannon frames and then they die because they brought a glass cannon frame because they think shield getting is going to save them and shield getting isn't going to save them. So just bring something very survivable and you'll be fine. That's really the only thing I can give recommendations on to make Foley's Hunt better, is just bring something that's durable. That's like the lead most important thing to do on Foley's Hunt, is bring just high survivability frame. Coolvo is very useful in Foley's Hunt. Yeah, again, right? It's a high survivability frame. Limbo can work, but it's very weird. Yeah, but also, again, with Limbo, it's the high survivability. What's the latest build? I don't really have a build at the moment that I've been working on. But we are working on a Jade video, hopefully for sometime early next week. And then Harmony and Canter. Harmony, Canter, and Evening Song will be coming out next week as well. With the relaunch of Jade's mission, just sort of made sense to Jade's operation, I should say. Makes sense to just do those now. Oh my lord, this thing's slow. Okay, we need a lot of fire rate on this bow. Holy smokes. A lot of fire rate. Keeping out of her reach and just keeping an eye out on your health bar? Yeah, exactly. You just got to be paying attention, which is kind of the biggest problem. D, making fully able to be killed made it less fun for you. The only gripe you had was mainly the lighting in a few spots on the map. Yeah, and I get that. Like, I agree. I think people were, you know, if I'm going to be honest, I think that people were probably complaining a little bit too much about it. But I understand that Warframe is very different than what fully normal mission did at the start. Oh, Cage Shark, thank you so much for the 1,000 biddies. But I'll also say that I didn't do Foley's mission before they made it easier, so I actually didn't experience it. Ace, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hell yeah! And Cage Shark, also thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Super appreciate you. Sevagoose, Acarius, Sevagoose, Acarius. If you want in, the box is now yellow. We love yellow box. Do we? Do we love yellow box? Ace, do we love yellow box? Look at the damage. I'm busy doing mission. I don't care about, it's alchemy. We care about objectives. We do. We love the yellow box. Sevagoose. Hey, listen, if we get up to like tier 5 hype train, you might get a goose. You might get the Gertie goose. Someone Gertie the goose. 40% damage. Hell yeah, CZ. Hell yeah. Now get over to the next objective. Let's go. Veruna's so much fun, man. I love Veruna. If it wasn't for the fact that, like, Caliban's just so useful for this mission, I would be playing Veruna myself. And if you need Veruna builds, you know your boys got you. You can type exclamation point Veruna to get some Veruna builds. Whee! Veruna! You don't really use the frame and fully stunt, you use operator only because void sling is good enough for mobility, and slide does negate ink slow, and the cloak negates everything else. Yeah, and the other thing to remember is, like, you can make your operator really tanky now these days with the Tauron Strike, the Tauron Strike Arcanes. Nah, I don't got any limbo builds, sorry. All right, don't forget, we're doing an objective-based mission here, squad. Do your tang. Don't forget to check your couch cushions for your Bezo bucks. Don't forget, if you're just not using your Amazon Prime sub, you are just letting Jeff Bezos have free money. Are definitely high. They could have scaled up drops accordingly since it's a slower paced mission. Would have sufficed for you. I think the big problem was that people just didn't understand how to do the mission because there's a bunch of balloons around the mission to get the drops, and killing enemies gives you the drops as well, the resources. So I think when you're like properly playing the mission, like I was finding I wasn't having any problems with the resources. But it was just kind of one of those things of like people didn't know what they were doing with it. You're still missing Veruna Prime systems? Uh-oh. Oh, ruh-roh. Whee! La-ruh-roh. There we go. Nicely done, squad. Now just break the boxes at the right time and we're good to go. Beam. Oh, what? Oh, there was a nullifier there. I was like, huh? Excuse you? You pardon? Oh, I double shot there. That was my bad. Balloon drops are now universal. Enemy drops were waypoint on the map. Yeah, exactly. But people just didn't know to look for the balloons when the mission first came out, right? And because people didn't read the patch notes. Going so fast with Wolf Zoomies? I know, she's speed. You got another few seconds to get on the hype train if you want in. Get yourself a cool little emote. You know, biddies, sound alerts, all that jazz. Gifted subs. All that jazz. The players not reading continues to prove less a joke every day. Yep. Yep. Quite literally. Quite literal. The only problem with the operator is damage a bit lacking, which you locked in a room and kind of freak out and you had done stick the door. Yeah, that's the whole Tauron Strike buffing up your whatchamacallit. You want to stack enough ducats to get a year's worth of mod boosters? Yep, that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm waiting for the whatchamacallit there. Thank you very much, CC, for the 5 months. Caged Heart Media for the hunt for the 1,000 biddies. And Ace for the 5 gifted. Super appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the community and for that hype train, y'all. Yo, Prefect, how you doing? Man, the new auto manling is just so much better. It's so much better. I love it. Doing good. Just time to take a break from Warframe so you don't get burned out before the update comes. Yeah, I'll be doing a lot more variety before the update. I'm starting to get that that burnout itch as well, Prefect. So we'll be doing some more variety here on the channel as we're waiting for the update. That one. Just remember to try to kill the enemies as close as we can to the objective squad, just so that we don't have to go running around for the amphers as much here. I know the enemies are sort of trailing on in because they were so far behind us there. Hey boy, how you doing? What am I looking for? Heat and toxin. Just got Garuda Prime? Hell yeah. I can't wait for the Garuda Proto. She looks great. Still not super sold on the Ash Proto though, but maybe they'll be making some changes since people said so much. Hades 2? Ooh. See, the I actually, one of my favorite things to do when I'm not streaming is play like city builder games, so like Civ and that type of thing. And there's this new City Planner Plays is like one of my favorite comfort watch YouTube people. And there was a new game that he just showed off, or well, not new, but new to me. Memory Paulus, something along those lines, where it's like a city builder. But you can progress through the ages of like civilizations, and it's very, very fun. City Skylines? No, not City Skylines, but he is very well known for City Skylines. I'm talking about oh gosh, what is it called? What is the game called? Memoria Polis is the game that I've been playing for the last like little bit, and it's a ton of fun. You used to be so addicted to city builders? Yeah, I haven't really ever been into like Anno, but like Civ was a game that I absolutely loved the hell out of. Like I've got a couple thousand hours on Civ 5. It's one of my favorite games. Du hast mich gefallen. Binge a good city builder? I mean, that one's actually a ton of fun. I'm enjoying it so far, but I haven't really put much time into it other than like just messing around a little bit for a few minutes. What the hell? Okay, come on. What are you doing? Thank you. Get off the wall. I have a footrest under my desk and it's just staying to the wall for some reason. It's being unfriendly. Okay, where's the objective? This way. What do we need? Red. Every so often you get addicted to different genres of games. I think that's kind of also what happens to me too, is like every once in a while I'm like, yes, this is the game genre I'm vibing with today. And just lately it's been the city builders, because it's just like something that you can just do and enjoy, and like, you know, it's a fun time for me. Hey Stardust, how you doing? You're opening packs in MTG Arena. Ooh, fun. How's stream today? Going pretty good so far. Not bad for a Saturday. We just hanging, vibing, working on some frames. Fighting games? See, I've never been into fighting games. They're just games that I've never really been good at, so I never really had fun with them. But I have a lot of friends who are super into those. I think color channels are all over the place on proto frames. Accent channels seem to color a lot more. Yeah, the accent channels are a little bit weird. I wouldn't mind seeing them make some improvements for the protos for the color channels, but I do know that one of the devs, I don't remember who, mentioned on social media about that, saying like, we do our best with it, but yeah, with the limited amount of color channels, sometimes it's just a little bit weird. I would like to see some improvements on it though. I mean, even if we got like more color channels, it would be nice. But yes, they definitely need to make some improvements to that system. I agree, especially for the protos. All right, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you're kind of like me and you want some with the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. World Box is pretty fun too. I've never heard of World Box actually. Wow, Misery just got introduced to a Mesa. As it turns out, acolytes, when they have their armor removed and then face down the barrel of a Mesa, do in fact just get yeeted deleted. All right, we're heading to extract, peeps. We'll grab Zaku actually. You're not even fully built because you broke your melee? Ah, you're doing fine. You're doing great. Whee! 2 extracts. Excuse me. You know what I just thought of? Does that happen? No, that happens in Zarman too, but it doesn't happen in Holvania. Why is that? When you finish missions in some areas, you get forced back to that area's hub, but you don't for Holvania. Like here, we get sent back here, but like Holvania, we go straight to Holvania. Right? We go back straight back to our base of operations when we launch missions here. But does the Zarman missions do that too? So like if you go use here, oops, not this one. If you use here to do a Zarman mission, does it send you to the Crisarium? I think it does. Yeah, you get to the Zarman. Yeah, but Holvania doesn't do that. Huh. It's because you're in the back rooms? Yeah, but what if you start your mission for Holvania in your orbiter? Do you get sent to the mall or do you get brought here? I just can't remember. Happens with all of them? Oh, okay. Okay, Ace. Ace, you're online. Cardi. Who else wants to join us? 2 minutes, no worries. Who else wants to join us for alchemy? Omnia Fisher. It's back to Orbiter? Okay. Commander Knight? Oh, can we trade now? Yeah, let's do that trade right now. Okay, so we'll grab Commander Knight for the run, but let's do the trade here. Get you that Sentient Incision back. Thank you, by the way, for letting me borrow it. I appreciate you. What the frig? May's just busy working away over here. Here you are. And here's a pineapple for your troubles. Where's the vault? Here. What do you need in here, May? What resources do you need again? Since I'm here, I might as well just donate a bunch. Salvage nanospores, donate resources. Salvage, can I just drag this? Okay, we'll just do, we'll do this, 5, 6. There, you can have that. Ferrite, yeah, you can have 1 million of that. Nanospores, yeah, you can have 1 million of that. Alloy plate, yeah, you can have 1 million of that. Rubido, yeah, you can have 1 million of that too. Circuits, you can have 500,000 of these. Polymer bundles, you can have 100,000 of these. Polymer bundles, circuits, we got that. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6. Oh, plastids. You can have 100,000 of these. Morphics. Control modules, you can have 10,000 of these. Oxium, you can have 100,000 of that. Nerodes. Oh, you can only donate 10 at a time. Sure. Nerodes, you can have 10,000 of these. Neural sensors, you can have 1,000 of these. Void gel, you can have 2,000 of these. Gallium, you can have 1,000 of these. Thrax plasm? Oh, I don't know if I have any of those. Oh yeah, you can have 10,000 of these. Entrati, you can have 1,000 of these. Cryotic, you can have 30,000 of this. I think that's everything you need, May. And for credits, you can have million. Oh, okay, you can have 900,000. Here, we'll give you another full 10,000 here. And sure, you can have another 10 million. There you go, mate. There you go, mate. You should have more than enough resources now to at least get yourself going. There you go. I have way too many resources. I mean, I play this game for, you know, 60 hours a week. And I don't do anything with my resources. You know? So... And Halo Knight 35. Richest Warframe CC? No, not even slightly, Phil. There are many people with much more of everything than I have. Other than feeding the helmet? Yeah, that's the only reason why I kept any resources, was to feed the helmet. You might need more, but then you might have to start donating. Yeah, I'll help what I can. Well, you gotta remember, Phil, this is my full-time job, right? Like, being a creator is my full-time career. So I just end up gathering a whack ton of junk over the years. You miss the days when you had over 500,000 cryotic? What are you doing with your cryotic? Regarding primes, what's up, Kane? Oh, man. Just not as a 5-day-old baby Tenno. I mean, I'll keep throwing resources. So, like, if you have any more resource requirements, I will just keep throwing them. The only thing that I can't help you with is, mutagen masses. Or mutagen samples. Besides Varuna Styanax, Citrine and... Kulivo should be the next ones, along with Styanax. Styanax should have been this one. Citrine should be... next. And then Kulivo after that. So, like, we should get Styanax June-ish. Citrine... should be like September, and then Kulivo should be like December. Do you have any Excalibur Prime? No, that was no Forma. Is Noko easy to farm, or should you get them through the market? I would highly recommend farming frames rather than spending platinum. There's very few frames that I would recommend spending platinum on, and that's basically Hildren. Because I don't want to fight the Exploiter Orb in order to farm a Warframe. Because you need resources from the Exploiter Orb to craft Hildren. But no, Noko, I would say farm Noko, because Noko's bounties has a lot of really useful things in it. It's a really good endo farm. It's a really good leveling spot. It's a really good, arcane farm. There's a bunch of really good arcanes in Noko's bounties. So I would farm Noko. If anything, for everything else that comes with it. You know what I mean? There's just so much extra stuff there. You really don't understand why modding for gas blast damage doesn't boost the proc damage, only the weighting? Is there a way to boost it? I can look over it in a second here, Ree, but give me I'm about to go into a mission. But you can see how if you go to the element on Wikipedia, you can see the equation for how it functions here. No, Halo Knight is just on an older console, so it takes a little bit longer to load. So modded base damage, plus gas damage, plus faction damage, plus status damage, plus additional modifiers. So your weapon damage will increase your, you know, modded base damage. Halo Knight, I'll try sending you another invite here, sit tight. Squad, don't go too crazy here with the mission. And then there's Valiant's Fusion. Yeah, that's a whole separate thing. Archon Arcane Adapters drop from the Noko bounties as well. Yep. Yep. That too. Halo, I shot you back an invite. Let me know if you got it. And let me know if you're trying to get back in. Although, by the fact that Halo Knight's not saying anything... Oh, yeah, you did? Okay. I was worried that you might have gotten an internet crash there. Been putting it off for a while now. I mean, I'd highly recommend it. The Noko bounties are surprisingly a really good spot for leveling. And also just everything else to do with the farm is super good. Like arcanes, stuff like that. Stick drift kept messing with your relic selection. It's all good. We chill. All right, have at it. Halo Knight's loaded in, or is loading in. And just Halo Knight, just be a little bit careful about your reactant. We'll do our best to wait for you to make sure you get all your reactant. It's assumed to the helmet. Yeah, but it's, you know, it's just kind of part of the, you know, Warframe's all about the, little bit of time stuff like that, right? So be careful here, squad. Don't shoot any of the boxes. We gotta wait for Halo Knight to get all of their reactant. So don't shoot the wall boxes until Halo Knight's good. And try to let enemies get corrupted. Warframe does have a touch grass timer, which is funny. Yeah, exactly. A touch grass timer, lol. Okay, hello's good. And we're Gucci. Touch grass timer? Yeah, you gotta wait for stuff. Is this a Tesla Nervos Caliban? Yeah, but I don't activate the Tesla Nervos in this mission because it, you know, they'll wander off. I think that they need to put the leash mechanic on the Tesla Nervos like other summons in the game. So they'll teleport to you if they wander off too far or if you wander off away from them. But yeah, it's a ton of fun. I really love that. I really love that build. Yeah, just send me a screenshot, May. I'll take a look at them when I get a chance. Sure, DIQ. Noko Susume makes Exalted really so comfy. Yeah, I mean, Noko Susume is just great for so many frames. Like, what? There's not many frames in the game that are going to be sad to have more energy and more strength. Right? Tesla Nervos is one of your favorite Suzumes? Yeah, it's great. Hey, would you like a nuke on your Warframe? Here's Tesla Nervos. Enjoy. Having multiple frames of Suzume is painful when there's a 24-hour wait time. Yeah, but you can spend platinum. You can throw platinum at it. You shouldn't throw platinum at it. That's me being sarcastic. The bouncy mushroom? Yes. Yes. Patience is a virtue? Tell me about it, man. Patience is like the one thing other than reading comprehension that Warframe players just don't have. But I want my cool thing now! Come along, enemies. Come along. Thank you. The only time you rushed as Zoom was for Kulabo. I think the only time I've ever rushed as Zoom was because was Temple. And the reason why I did that was so that I could put pyrotechnics on Nezha right away. Because the first thing that I saw when I saw the Temple first, I was like, oh well, that's ability I clearly need to put on my Nezha Divine Spears build. Helmet's Terrifier Roar. I mean, Roar is the straight up best, like, best damaging helmet in the game. Unless you're doing melee, and even then, Roar will sometimes outperform Wrathful Advance depending on the weapon. And that's like only for weapons that are have really bad critical damage. Or high, like, status-based weapons. Or multi-gunko, yeah. Wait, Roar boosts your damage? Allegedly. Allegedly, Roar does boost your damage. If only I could remember to use it. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, to accept your Sherbo. Otherwise, take. See you in a minute. Whee! Hey, Astral, how you been? Welcome on back. How you doing? There we go. Whee! A Volt caster build? Not on the channel, but yes, I do have one. Just remind me when I get out of here, Icicle, and I'll get you the build. Easy peasy. And off we go. Did an awesome job on her fourth. Been running Debilitate Invis with Hurus and Arcane Crepuscular. Astral, did you know that they fixed it so you no longer need to bring the Hurus for Crepuscular? Will there be more relics? You know it. Does he use Shock Trooper? No, I don't use Shock Trooper. Because I go full in on the caster. Obviously, you can switch in Shock Trooper if you want to. But yeah, you don't actually need to be using the Hurus anymore. You maintain the invisibility with Ulfrin's Ascent now. And you can activate Crepuscular. You do, but the synergy is so good that you kept it. That's fair. I like to bring it as different companions so that I can... like the Derigia for more status effects, or Panzervolpal Phylos for viral spread. The Retriever mods? I think the Retriever mods are from one of the companion, one of the conservation people. Either Master Tensai on Cetus, Brother on Demos, or whatchamacallit? Do I have a Shade Prime build? I think I've done a Shade build on the channel, yes. I don't think that I have a command set up for it. But I do have one, yes. Give me like a hot second. Just can't remember if I have one here. I thought I did make one. No, I didn't make one. So I don't actually know if I have a shade build or not, but give me a minute here once I get out of here. Zoo, just remind me when I get out of here. And I'll take a look to see if I actually have a proper build on my shade or not. Thematically correct, because dog. I mean, it's also incredibly strong on her. It's outrageously good. Sounds shady. Sigh. 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 Yeah, I like using Resourceful Retriever because it's just, you know, a constant both credits and resources. So to me, that one's the one I always default to. But also, I don't really need resources or credits, so I just go for loyal. Come on, evildoers. Well, there's a double credit weekend happening right now, Zood. Maybe you should spend some time doing some credit farming this weekend. Frame Kits expanded as her, or was she an exception? I feel like she was a little bit of a experiment by the devs. I don't know if we're gonna get any frame that's that crazy complex anymore. Maybe. But it kind of feels like we're probably... Oh, be careful with shooting the walls. Careful with shooting the walls there. You might be accidentally doing that. It's all good. If it happens, it happens. It's not that big of a deal. Orion and Sirius are right around the corner. They might be complex. I think that the complexity of that patch is more to do with the fact that it's 2 Warframes. Like, we're all in... I was talking to Brozyme yesterday when we were playing Repo, and we're all really very much in agreement that it's 2 Warframes based on what Reb, Pablo, and Meg were saying on the dev stream. So the complexity is... I mean, for the team, the complexity is more the fact that it's 2 Warframes with 1 patch. You can't wait for the primes? Yeah, we were talking about that too, whether or not they would do 1 prime access with all of them. Yeah, it's pretty sure it's explicitly said. Yeah, I'm you know me, Rob. Unless I have 100% official confirmation from DE saying that it's 2 Warframes, I don't give a 100% answer. Cover thy ass? Yeah, exactly. CYA. I think it's very much obvious that we're getting 2 Warframes next patch. Based off of what Reb and Pablo and all of them are saying. Miss anything? Not really. If anything, a context wheel, if a single ability has 4 options, would make you happy. Yeah, I mean, we got the hold cast system. But do you not like the hold cast system there, Harvester? For like cycling abilities that have it, like Caliban here, for instance. Open for a Garuda boss fight? I don't think we're getting a Garuda boss fight next update. I don't think we're getting any bosses next update. I think the 3rd Exploiter Orb was, hey, I don't want to make an Exploiter Orb boss fight. We're kind of done with that idea. Why don't we just blow it up? What if we just use the lore as a reason for exploding it? The quest itself might have a boss. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. If anything, I think we might have a boss fight in the quest. Hey, violence, fuck off. Here, violence. I don't have a weapon that really deals damage, so screw you. Hey, Astra, how you doing? That's an upper limit of fiddling with that for you on one button. Okay, that's fair. No, I mean, like, I don't find it to be problematic, but obviously each person is a little bit different. You've come requesting for help? What do you think this is? A channel for a creator who says, swing by my stream if you need any help? At the end of all of my shorts? What's up, Astra? How can I help you? You know what? Because Reb on social media made comments about Conclave. I would really like for Conclave to become more of a thing. I was kind of thinking about it, and I was like, I think the devs could actually take a really good crack at it and do something really interesting with Conclave. Like, not have ranked or anything, keep it casual. But I think they could take a really good crack at Conclave and do a really good job with it. Think we need to use faction characters for Conclave instead of Warframes? I think doing Warframes is perfectly fine. Because Conclave has its own balance system. The pizza mission for Conclave? Well, that just sort of, I didn't like it. Because I don't like the random modifiers messing with me. Like, if I'm going into a PvP environment, although it's more PvE than it is PvP. But yeah, I wasn't necessarily a big fan of it. One ability per Warframe, easier balance, and there's like 4 to 5 weapon loadouts. Yep. Voxelar's questline's a bit of a bottleneck for whether or not new players stay or quit. Yeah, I've heard that from a few other people. But they have been improving the new player experience quite a lot over the years. Like, a lot. You want to put Rex's web over Vobin's third, but you're wondering if his Bastille will lift enemies over the web, and not sure if Vortex will cause the same problem. Oh yeah, I don't remember. I remember testing that, but I can't remember what I found. Was that 4 there? I thought that was only 3. Throw on a relic and we'll see if it's 4 or 3, and then... Oh yeah, that was 4. Okay, head to extract. We're out. Arcane Velocity from? Arcane Velocity is an Eidolon Arcane Shadow Angel. Do not buy it. It will be, I'm 90% certain that it'll be as a part of the operation that starts on Monday. So you can farm it pretty easily. The open worlds are accessible way too early. I think that the reason why is because the open worlds are actually a really big draw for players. A lot bigger draw than you may think they are. There's like, wow, this game's got giant open worlds to mess around with. So same rewards last time plus some new stuff. Yeah, I just can't remember if velocity is in the rewards or not right off the top of my head. I'm like 99% certain, but again, CYA. If I'm not 100% certain, I don't give a final answer. Warframe Operation Belly of the Beast. Victory velocity. Yep. So do not spend platinum on it. Just wait till next week. and farm it. Should have all Eidolon Arcanes? Yeah, I thought that it'd have all of them, but yep, Unseen Dread and Burning Hatred will both also be available. You gonna drop 110 platinum? No, don't drop platinum yet. Yeah, you want my Shade build and then Volt build. I don't know if I have a Shade build, but let's see if I do. I mean, it's basic, but yeah. Shield Charger. Yeah, something like that. Shield Charger, Ghost, Manifold, Duplex, Primed Regen, Guardian, Vacuum, Enhanced Vitality. These are, you don't need both of them. You can just use one if you want to. You don't even need to use any of them. Just swap in bond mods that you want to use instead. Like Tenacious Bond. And then just whatever companion weapon that you want. No, I just don't have Tenacious Bond on here just because I haven't really messed around with this, with my Sentinel at all. But like, replace Enhanced Vitality. Replace Calculated Redirection probably with Tenacious Bond. Couple of Garuna mods for leveling her up. Range, some health, some strength. And my volts. Some casting speed, yeah, if you have casting speed ability. Since Wild Frost said for leveling up if you don't have casting speed because relatively new player. Run Terrify over the 3. And Molt Augmented and Energize for the Arcanes. And then I'm playing like Capacitance shield tanking with adaptation, which this adaptation can be made into the better adaptation. Hey, Sweet Up, how you doing? The lack of early fast travel options is what makes open world a bit rough. Yeah, but that's also kind of what you should expect with open worlds. You know, if you play other games that have open worlds, there's not always fast travel options right away, or even at all. You know, Skyrim, you have to travel to places first before you can fast travel to things, or you use a cart, which means that you still need to get to a cart in order to fast travel, and then you have to pay for it. You know, some games are too generous with fast travel. I completely agree. Yeah. They added a fast travel, yeah, but you can't get it right away. But weirdly, Oblivion lets you fast travel immediately. Yeah. I actually never played Oblivion using fast travel. I would just walked everywhere because I was having so much fun exploring the world. And Oblivion's open world map was so small that it didn't really matter. Okay, what are we doing here? What's your whole thing? Damaged by evening songs, arrows apply 7 status puncture status, which reduces the target's output by 100%, increase their critical chance of damage taken by 35%, kills with the evening song, activate evening song's devotion. Above that increases multi-shot by 35% for allies. So let's think here. High status. So we can get those punctures, split flight for the massive. Oh, multi-shot. I think more multi-shot on here, so like overcharge would make sense. Like, play this with an overcharge. Makes sense to me. So that you can get those puncture procs out more. And then critical delay, and this last slot needs to be vial acceleration. And then we can grab that. Time to lurk, Ace, no worries. Grab that, and then we want projectile flight speed. Why? What? Weird. Projectile. Terminal velocity, we need 7 force. Let's throw another form on here. What's the ribbon? I don't think it's rolled. Terminal velocity. Just viral on here? I think just viral on here makes sense. And use the 60/60s because then we can try to get... Well, I'm playing more around the unique trait for the puncture. is kind of the idea that I'm going for here. To try to get those 7 stacks, that's why we're going overcharge and split flights. To essentially use this as like a supporting weapon more than a primary weapon, if that makes sense. So you can apply 7 stacks of puncture to an enemy to reduce their damage output by 100% and giving you a final critical chance critical chance increase to the enemy by 35%. I'm just trying to think if I want to go like more into the crits with scope. And that's kind of the question here, is if I want to go scope for even more. Why vial over shred? Because it's more fire rate and it's 2 times fire rate here. And I haven't messed around anything with the build at the moment yet, so that's why. I'm gonna mess with the weapon a bit. And if I screwed up a forma, so be it. Galvanized Shot, Hornet Strike, Galvanized Diffusion. I feel like we don't need Hornet Strike on here. And instead of Hornet Strike, we're gonna build further into our crits. Even though it's got a fairly low base critical chance, because we get such high critical chance from the callback function, I think that's the right way to go. And actually, I think what we want is Merciless here, so that we get that reload speed down a tiny bit. Hey, Cowboy. You gotta tell me the exact name, May. I have no idea. This feels like we want more fire rate here. Do we go into rad for that? Do we go into rad for that? Or do we go into acuity here? And we drop the multi-shot? I think we want the fire rate. Because we want to throw out our magazine as quickly as possible to get the callback shenanigans. Strike enemy a buff that increases reload speed by 20% for allies. So the reload speed will get further improved by this being spat out. So we don't really need to increase our reload speed any further, because this is going to increase it by another 20%. So that gets us down to like 1.73. So what am I thinking here? Galvanized Crosshairs could be a route just to boost up that crits even further. We could go Galvanized Crosshairs. We could just go even more fire rate. We could just go even more fire rate with like anemic agility and just go crazy with it. And I'm kind of down with that, actually. Or we could go rad. We could go accelerated isotope for another status effect for galvanized shot, plus 40% more fire rate, plus the damage, plus we don't lose damage from accelerated isotope, and that's kind of where I think I want to go. And then lethal momentum for the projectile flight speed, just to make things a little bit faster. So I think that's where we're going to go on the Canter, which means that we do not need to put another Forma on here for the moment. Do we want to go harder into the crits, though? That's the question. If we want to go harder into the crits, we would need to go into crosshairs. And that's the question, but I think we'll leave that for now. For the harmony, we just want like a bunch of status damaging elements on here, and probably just good old influence, because influence, but I also kind of feel like melee Kreen would go really hard on this, because that's another multiplier to play into that. So we go into like a heavy attack slash build with, fuck, I keep forgetting that I'm not supposed to, I don't have any of those. So I kind of feel like we should go Truce Flame on here. And do a heavy attack build with Truce Flame. I kind of like that idea. Doing a heavy attack build with Truce Flame and just go super hard into our slashes. And then like just throw on Prime Fever Strike here. So then we would want status duration on here is also really good for this whole harmony tech, so another V would do us well on here. And we can just throw on galvanized steel there for now. Heavy attack builds are killer. Yeah, they're really strong on this weapon specifically. Use the whole dot condension shenanigans. So I'm feeling killing blow, status duration. Yeah, the status duration's already. I was saying that prefect there. You might have been stuck in an ad break. This is already going to be putting on here. Because then that will condense both the slash and the toxin, and we have guaranteed slash on here. Yeah, I know afflictions is crazy, but I was thinking melee Kareen for the multiplicative damage. I do know that afflictions is really strong on here, but it was more of, I was thinking of potentially something a little bit different. That's kind of what I was thinking here. Potentially something a little bit different. Especially with, so Truth's Flame, status duration, Weeping Wounds, reach? Because then reach just guarantees that we're gonna, yeah, it's got a not great follow through, but it increases the likelihood of us hitting with the harmony for Truth's Flame, and that's kind of where I'm leaning towards that. And then, like, the idea would be roll, freeze the enemies, and then heavy attack them for the extra damage. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. And then in the short, I would say either afflictions or Kareen. I'm using Kareen because I like Kareen. And that's kind of the thought process here. That's my thought process. Because then we got Toxin, we got Force Slash here, we got Weeping Wounds to increase the likelihood of the Toxin being applied. Lasting Sting increasing both the Slash and the Toxin for this tech. Conditional Overload with the Status Priming Companions to really boost up the damage even further. So Killing Blow, Status Duration. Oh, but then maybe we won't be able to go Reach if we go Weeping Wounds. I feel like I would prefer to have Weeping Wounds over Killing Blow, just to have the likelihood of increasing the Toxin more likely. Organ Shatter / Killing Blow potential. Yeah, but it's going to be a Tennokai heavy attack, which, through Truth's Flame, which, if I remember correctly, Amalgam Organ Shatter doesn't affect these guys. Could be wrong on that. I just can't remember off the top of my head. For some reason, that's rattling around in my brain that doesn't click in. Why only Toxin and not more? A, because of just mod space, and B, because this condenses the status effect's damage and deals it in a singular instance. So we want to have a damaging status effect. Primed Fever Strike is the only primed damaging status effect that we have there. Puncture weighting is high as well. Yeah, but we don't really care about puncture weighting. For what I'm thinking. Doherty would be a good route to go for, absolutely, because we could lean into that puncture, but I kind of want to play more around that. Also, Galvanize Elementalist and not regular melee Elementalist. I always forget that this guy exists. So that's going to give us another 120% status chance. Weeping Wounds, Killing Blow, Lasting Sting? What's the reach on this? It's got 2.6. Maybe we don't need reach on here. We'll see as we go here. I think the Canter is done. And I think the Evening Song is basically also done. With Primary Overcharge. For the extra multi-shot, just so that we're doing more stuff there. You think you use gas? Yeah, I was debating whether or not I wanted to go gas or not. Like, go into influence for gas blast, electric, something along those lines, or just like play just for the toxin. But I'm just getting form on it for now, and then we'll figure it out as we go. It's more of just forma planning than build planning at the moment, because I need to get a potato. Also, A4K, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. So it's just formal planning at the moment as I have a potato being crafted. Although I might just throw a potato on it. Yeah, I'm just gonna plat this potato, and I'll get the other potatoes made up for later. So we'll go that for now, and then Killing Blow there, and then this last mod is either going to be Weeping Wounds or... And this will be killing Truth's Flame. So this last mod slot will be either Weeping Wounds or Reach, depending on how I'm feeling with Truth's Flame once we get going. Because Reaping Spiral has guaranteed heavy attacks, so that's not really a concern. Guaranteed slash on the heavy attacks, so that's not really a major concern. But let's go take this for a quick second out here. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. It's like, I actually do want to do a video sort of explaining how I think about build crafting. It's just, the problem with it is that it's very hard to explain everything properly, because the ADHD brain, I'm just thinking about things so quickly. It's like, no, not that one, this one, blah, 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 blah. So like, it's hard to even process for what I'm saying to you all on stream. Even it's difficult sometimes to process it all. Because Harmony here does just some pretty decent damage. Not that great, actually. Oh, it's because I'm using Condition Overload. I can't remember. Does Condition Overload have bad tech with this? Or is Condition Overload fine to use with this? Use pressure point? Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to remember, if this is a pressure point weapon or if this is a Condition Overload weapon. You vaguely remember it not working for that? Yeah, that's why I'm like, there's something in the back of my brain that's saying that Condition Overload doesn't function for the gimmick. I want to double check here, but it doesn't seem like there's anything here that really sticks out as saying anything. Then immediately after it does damage, including any procs caused by the heavy attack hitting, Harmony... You know what, let's just throw on... Need a guaranteed status proc to trigger? Yeah, but we can just fix that with like a status priming companion, right? That's the idea. Does Condition work on Bratton, Prime, and Karnan? And it's in Karnan form? Yes. I believe so. You know, let's just throw on Prime Pressure Point for the moment. And just see where we're at damage-wise here. Huh. There you go. It's not a lot of damage there. Why is it not doing a lot of damage there? There we go. Dreamer! Thank you so much for the 6 months tier 1. I appreciate you. Oops. I thought that Does Reaping Spiral not have a guaranteed slash on its heavy? I know one of them do. I thought both of them do. Harvester, thank you so much for the tier 1. Yeah, it's a guaranteed slash on the heavy. Okay, so let's try this again. Let's do that. I think that you are all correct. I think afflictions. Yeah, headshot versus body shot. Yeah. Yeah, it's not doing a whole lot. Why don't we grab a status priming companion? Let's go back to condition overload and just see what this feels like here. Okay, so yes, condition overload does seem to work on its shenanigans. Now let's do a roll. 2 million. Yeah. Okay, so condition overload does seem to work. Does seem to work. This might be a Zenos calls into favor with Ken, because I know Ken just did. Oh, I mean, comparing, we're already seeing significantly more damage here with condition overload. You just spent 500 plat on speeding up the stuff to make a god panzer with all the mutagens. Nice. Yeah, the afflictions I know works best here. Is Durgia proccing viral? It is proccing viral. The easiest way to test would be this. We go like this. We take off you. We go back over here. We go like this. Oh, whoops, sorry. $44K. It's kind of hard to see melee sometimes. Damage. Okay, so maybe condition overload isn't, and we were just seeing the status effects from our person there. Dirigia. Heavy gunner. Well, it's our companion was applying electric, which also would have been getting condensed. Why don't we do this? Oh, I probably should have put on a Rauta. I should have got my Rauta on here. Would have been much smarter for me to have Rauta. Oh, this is a simulacrum. There's a few different skins of the simulacrum out there. There you go, that's better. Yeah, I think Afflictions is without a doubt the better choice here. It's not even a question. I was hoping that Kareen would do something that's, like, comparable, but it's just the extra status effects damage is going to be way too good here. And let's grab my Rauta. Do we have enough room to slap on the other thing? We don't. Okay, well, maybe... I kind of want to just try the Truth's Flame on here for a hot second, so we'll take off the Killing Blow for the moment. And we'll throw on Truth's Flame, and then we'll switch to... Rauta and Tenet Detron, because these are the ones I always put my Dexterity Arcanes on. Let the Rauta do its thing. Give me my combo counter. Thank you so much, Rauta. Very kind of you. Very cool. And then we're trying Truth's Flame. Come on. Come on. And this damage will be even further increased as well. Because we don't have Weeping Wounds on here for the extra status chance to apply the toxin. Yeah, there we go. That's the build. Here's some builds are so strong they can survive level 999. Yeah, the maximum enemy level in the game is 9,999, and most of my builds can do it. Real like True's Flame conceptual. I can't say you put in much practice though. It's really good actually. It's more of the fact that you can chain heavy attacks for this stuff, right? So that was without Killing Blow, pardon me. So that's going to be even further damage, 120% more damage on heavy attack. So Killing Blow, that was without Weeping Wounds. I think that was with Weeping Wounds there. So do we care about the toxin at all here? Mess with the Gunblade? Yeah, yeah. I did it on my Varuna build. I did mess with the Gunblade for a build there as well. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to Sherbo. Otherwise, it takes you. Why do I feel like the Harmony... Warframe Harmony Condition Overload. Condition. So apparently condition overload does function with the Harmony. So we do condition overload with the status priming companion. So let's grab back our Dirigia. And Dirigia, do you have the right weapon on? You do. So let's do this. And I'm just starting from this far back so that my Dirigia doesn't start doing primey shenanigans on me. Or accidentally mess up enemies at all here. Then we switch to the Harmony. And now the Dirigia is just not activating? Okay. That's neat. Dirigia, why aren't you activating? Just simulacrum things, yeah, literally. I'm like 90% certain that Killing Blow is... I don't think it's a multiplier. I don't think so. Yeah, it's additive damage. Oh, well, you're still gonna just shoot around there. Well, at least you're not doing arc coil things. Come on, Killing Blow. There we go. There we go. But it's not doing as much damage as I was expecting it to do. It feels like it should be doing more. I mean, 26 million is not bad. So, like, I'm certainly not complaining, but it does feel like it should be doing more. It feels like I'm missing some tech here. What could I be missing here? Do we have a Bane? Oh, yeah, that's probably why I feel like it's not doing as much damage as what I've seen in videos, is because we don't have a Bane and we also don't have Killing Blow here. That's probably part of the problem here. I don't think I can fit a Bane on here. And I feel like Elementalist is just really, really valuable. I mean, we could drop Weeping Wounds. For a faction mod. Prime Fever Strike is that great since the 4 slash procs are kind of goated. Yeah, it's more of just like another decent status effect to deal damage for Truth Flame shenanigans. That's more the idea behind it. But I do feel like the faction mod would be better than Prime Fever Strike. I think what I'll do is... what's up? Building Harmony? Yep. I feel like Fever Strike is probably the weak link here. But I think what I'll do is, like, and if you're like me and you're not a fan of faction mods, use Prime Fever Strike. But if you like faction mods, replace it with a Smite. Replace it with a faction mod. And I think that's what I'll say in the short. Why do I have Corpus? Oh, I've got 2 Prime Smite Corpuses. Yeah, I should sell one of those. We're also don't have all of our damage because we don't have Killing Blow on here yet. Or use Roar on the frame. Yeah. I mean, obviously. I mean, this is a heavy spam build with that. Killing Blow has immense values. Yeah, exactly. It is additive damage, but that additive damage does go into the 4 slash proc with Reaping Spiral. So, still solid. Still very, very solid. Faction mod's less damage than Prime Fever Strike? No, faction mod will be more damage. The reason why is faction mods on dots get applied 2 times. So this is actually a significantly higher multiplier than what Fever Strike can give us. It gets applied once when the weapon applies the status effect, and then when the status effect ticks. So with Harmony, it should apply twice to the stacks there. What counts as finisher damage? Finishing touch. There's also for daggers another one. Plan using this as a certain setup, just general use. General. Just general use. I always build my stuff for general use so that people can use it for everything. Yeah, I think that's the idea. Maybe we get rid of Weeping Wounds for the faction mod. And then, like, if we just get a Toxin proc, we're happy. But, like, we don't rely on the Toxin procs. We are going to have 120% status chance here, so we're actually sitting close to 100%. Right? This thing's got a 36% base. Yeah, I don't like faction mods either. But it's really good here. Let's just try it with a faction mod, just for the fun of it, for the moment. We'll try it, real here. Faction mod's even worth it? Absolutely. Faction mods are a multiplier, right? So it's 1.5 times damage, not 150% damage. It's 79% with just Elementalist? Yeah, so that means we have a very high chance of... yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not even a question. 128 million on that hit, or 214 million, I should say. Yeah, faction mod. Annoying, but it is the right answer. So, Prime Fever Strikes increasing your damage from 240 to 640. Yeah, but you're forgetting about the Harmony's unique trait, Pygmy. The Harmony's unique trait will condense that Toxin proc into a singular damage instance. So it's less about the damage and more about the proc activating and condensing. It's Divine Retribution, right? Divine Retribution is the exact same as this. So that's what we're focusing on, is the Divine Retribution concept of the toxin stuff. So it's more to do with the dot condensing rather than the actual damage here. This damage doesn't matter. It's this damage is what we care about. That's why we did 214 million, is because of this with the forced heavies here. Lasting Sting, yep, that's why it's here. These also plays into Lasting Sting, increases the status duration, which increases the dot amounts. And when you increase the dot amounts, then it will condense into that singular thing, and all those extra dot ticks will condense into that single output there. Make a loadout around? Yeah, but I'm trying to make it more not loadout based. Like, the only thing that's required loadout based here is a status priming companion. Pets Rats, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. I just wish that these actually applied to freaking slash procs. But they don't. Which is still weird as hell. I mean, it's an old, the Pharaoh Predicite? Yeah, the Pharaoh Predicite, but I was just gonna go status priming companion for condition overload. That's my idea. I just wish that these actually affected slash procs. I feel like they should affect slash procs. Like, I understand back in the day why they didn't do it, but now it should. You've received a new fan? Thank God. You're welcome. No, you. You're welcome. How's it going? Welcome in. Anyway, I need to put more forma on here. Right now, we're just theorizing either way. Like, we need to get more forma on so we can get this in and Killing Blow in. And then we'll be good. Either way, we still need to put more forma on this thing so we can actually see what the hell is going on with it, right? Because right now we're just we're under mod capacity to be able to really do anything with it. Oh, you thought you were replacing Fever Strike with Smite, but you just need forma? Yeah. It's not sort of a one or the other, it's a both. Because of the tech with it. Lowest dot multiplier, you think? Slash buff, slash would be really good. I mean, slash still is really good, don't get me wrong. It's not the best damaging status effect these days, but it's still very strong. Okay, who wants to join me for an alchemy? What'd you miss? Not a whole lot. Mess around with Jade's weapons. Rainy. Riaz. You wouldn't say no? Okay, Ace, you're on deck if we can't find a third. F it. No one else is taking the spot. Oh, Angel take it. Never mind. I lied to you. Ace, we'll grab you for the next run. You know what? I don't think I'm actually going to be using this. Because I want to force the extra experience into these two. So I'm actually not going to be using that. Oh, Ace was already with us, Riaz. That's why Ace is on deck. If that changes your mind, you know. Overlight on armor? Yeah, so the reason why Slash was so incredibly good, Ace, Riaz said, for you, Ace, so, yeah. Back before Jade Shadows, happened, enemy armor values were so incredibly high that, like, slash heat toxin, or slash heat viral and like 100% armor strip were basically required on every build. Hope you're doing well, Dark. Drac, something along those lines. Weapon recommendations for Citrine, Ceto, Compressa are by far the two highest recommendations I can give you for Citrine. Very high multi-shot weapons, very high so that her crystal applies a lot of status effects very rapidly. And both are very solid weapons as well. Any multi-co weapon? Yeah, anything with multi-co or anything that has a high multi-shot. So that it just gets the crystal going absolutely crazy. Gonna get the Varuna Prime blueprint? No worries. Remind me, Rainy, at the checkpoint, and I'll rad some for you. Wow. All those enemies and only one heat amp for... Thanks, game. Oh, I love Caliban. He's certainly one of my favorite frames these days. He's a very good leveling frame for like when you're wanting to level out weapons, because you just group enemies together and you just kind of do your thing. Squad, we might stay a little bit longer here. Because Forma. So be ready to stay a little bit longer. Switch to Afflictions? Yeah, I did switch to Afflictions. Because the heavy attack has a lift effect. Or a knockdown, one of the two, doesn't matter which. So the Force Heavy proc will deal 7, or the Force Heavy slash will deal 7 SAS effects, right? Just do your, if you're in the squad, try to do your best to kill enemies as close as you can to the objective, just to make this a little bit faster. You run them with Tesla Nervos? Yeah, I run mine with Tesla Nervos too, but in Alchemy, I just specifically don't use it. Because just, they wander off too far. If they had a leash mechanic like other companions or other minions, I would be much more inclined to use it just always. But because it's, they don't have a leash mechanic, it's a little bit frustrating. Okay, I'm missing some reactant, so seems like you guys killed some stuff on our way over. Just gonna see if I can find any of them. They're not anywhere nearby, so I'll just manage. Time to 4 Harmony some more to test some setups? Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know me. I just like testing stuff. I haven't done a good build crafting session in a few days, and I'm itching. Okay, so I'm still missing some reactants, so just be a little bit careful with shooting the box. Because I was just zooming to the objective. Simulacrum's your home? Me too. What's your favorite simulacrum? I like the Whisper in the Walls one. So that's the one I always use. The mall? I don't like the lighting in the mall. The ballroom is a solid choice too. Holy crap, the Harmony's actually goated. Not Harmony, sorry, Evening Song, what the hell? Okay, I got all 10. Holy crap. Like, actually though, this much multi-shot on this thing's wild. Is its buff multiplicative to multi-shot? No way. No way it's multiplicative multi-shot. That would be... You think it is? No way it's multiplicative multi-shot. You know what? I think I do need to put Shred on here. Although, also... but also... Look at that multi-shot. Holy smokes. It's a freaking shotgun. Oh, the sacrifice scene from New Loka. Ooh, Peanuts. That's a really good call, actually. Hey, look. See? You just need to play with me. See? Streamer Man continues to strike with the powers of streamer powers. But remember, streamer powers is only fueled by 5 gifted subs. Where do you get the bow? You'll be able to farm it next week. It's part of the It'll be part of the. Oh, you know, let's grab some more Varuna parts here. I got lots of those. Oh, never mind. Cheer 1,000. But wait. Yeah, the weapon's available anytime because you can farm it just by doing the Ascension mission, but next week it will be the Operation of the Belly of the Beast starting on Monday. So we'll have some pretty good options there. I would recommend just waiting for the event so that you don't burn yourself out trying to farm it, and then you can do the farming for it later. It's kind of a neat sound effect too, actually. Why didn't I ever mess with this weapon? Ace, I found my next favorite shotgun. This is a great shotgun. Mod drop chance boosters are nice, but you want to have like, but you do want to have 400 Magnus Prime relics. That's so many. What's the pattern on those 7 arrows? It's more than 7 because I'm using like a lot of multi-shot on this. Split plates. Cernos Prime? Well, the only time that I'll be doing Cernos shorts is, well, first off, the Cernos Prime is a ballista, not a shotgun. That thing is just a multi-shot ballista. The Astilla? I mean, I've worked with the Astilla. Okay, just gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, you want to support the community. Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a moment. Gonna drop 100 subs for that? Yep. Batacore build when? You know what? I should do a Batacore build. You're right. Yeah, I think Shred is the answer on this. I thought that it had a Nate punch through on it. And I'm definitely not seeing it have a Nate punch through. So we'll have to take this into the sim. It has an AoE? I think this is just because I have got a billion multi-shot on it. That it looks like it has an AoE. Because I'm running split flights and overcharge on here, Aced. It has a small AoE on the full charge. Okay, we'll see if the small AoE on the full charge is a locked AoE or not. Because it might just be that the AoE, just like the Incarnans, where it says it's an AoE. It's considered an AoE bow, but it's not considered an AoE bow because I've got split flights on it. You can't put split flights on an AoE bow. I don't think it even allows you to. It might have, sorry, let me rephrase. It may have an AoE function, but it is not an AoE bow, right? Like the lens is an AoE bow. The Brahma is an AoE bow. So it may have an AoE function attached to it, but it is not a AoE bow in that sense. The corpse of the lens? You take that back. The lens is still really good. Vexus, welcome in. How you doing? Need to use washroom? No worries, Angel. All good. All good. Thanks for letting me know. Just make sure... Oh, you might want to wait for your relic, though. You're probably already gone. Hey, look, Chroma. See? Golds. What's the biggest actual downside to shotguns? Largely just the kicking of them. It's hard to control them. Ammo? Not really. Yeah, we'll throw another one of these one up. Chroma jump scare. We love Chroma though. Oh, Lilith should be fine. And if Lilith dies, well, they'll be fine. Oh no, you dropped below 100 forma? Oh, prefect, how are you allowed to do that? Wait, aren't you on a break from Warframe right now? How'd you drop below 100 forma? You're on break. What? Where did that go? Where the hell did that just go? Sometimes you have an idea? I don't. I have no idea what I'm doing with my life. What? Oh, it's because I'm aiming. It's because I'm aiming and I don't have a secondary on because I'm trying to get my harmony and my thing fully leveled. Yes. Hey, you. Ow! How dare you? Ow! Come here. Take your lumps. Ow! Come here. Take your lumps. Pop. Oh, we're bad at games. How much multi-shot the Cernos can get? Can the Cernos get split flights? Because then an effing lot. Yeah, so what I was saying is one of our 100 bomb bounties. So if someone drops 100 subs in one go, we have a bounty where I'll do a short, a series of 5 shorts all on the different versions of Cernoses. But only if someone gives 100 subs in a singular go. Not being able to aim glide sucks. Is that US dollars? Well, it's 100 subs, so it's whatever dollars you work at or you work with. Why are there so many Cernos variants? Great question. You have a query. I have potential assistance. What's up? When you hit 100, 1K total gifted subs, can you choose from the list? You know what? That's a great question. Let me think on that, Ace. That seems reasonable, but let me think on that. That seems reasonable to me. Council of Chat, what do you think? Does that sound reasonable? You feel like, yeah, of course you feel like it's reasonable. Hold on. Let's put a qualifier on that. Ace, can you type exclamation point follow rage? We're putting a small qualifier on this. 1 year, 9 days. Okay. You know what? The qualifier, which I'm certain that you're still within. I don't know how many gifted subs you've given to the channel at this point. The qualifier is 1,000 gifted subs in a year. 750? Okay, well, you've got 2 months. How about that? Is 1,000 gifted subs in a single year of decent qualifier? Is that a respectable qualifier? Council of Chat, is that a respectable qualifier? What's on the list? Let me find. Post. Does the Council of Chat believe that that is a... Ace, do you think that that is a valid qualifier? Okay, Ace does not think that's a valid qualifier. Invert controls for a day, Southpaw shoulder for a week, Warframe alphabet challenge, so play through every single Warframe from the alphabet down, 100 form on the Stug, no ciphers for a week, finally do the LR5 test, no X frame for a week, Can only use X weapon for type for a week. 200 Forma on Maneja. Cernos short series. 100 Forma on a frame of your choice, and color all fashions to something. And you get to choose the scheme as the 100 sub gifter. Okay, you know what, Ace? No, I think that qualifier, now that I've thought more on this, no. I think 1,000 gifted subs total. For every 1,000 gifted subs, you get 100 bomb. I think that's reasonable. I reject my previous qualifier. Either 100 gifted subs in one go, or 1,000 gifted subs for every 1,000 you get to choose one from the list. I feel like that's reasonable. We shall set it into the book of grudges. Great and glorious Grungy has now declared that 1,000 gifted subs does allow you to choose. Wait, hold on. Wait a second. Can I put another qualifier? Council of Chat, I beseech thee. Council of Chat, I beseech thee. Instead of it needs to be in a year, how about this? We put the qualifier to, it's a random one from the list. We'll roll a dice and we'll make it a random one. No, Council of Chat says no. Shit. Can I override Council of Chat? Shit. Even Sophia. Sophia's the actual reasonable one. All right. Qualifier. No, you're not the reasonable one? Oh, okay. Council of Chat, you have been heard. I thought it would be funny. But listen, I am a man of the people. This may be a dictatorship, but I'm still a man of the people. All right, Ace. Council of Chat has ruled in your favor. I was really tempted to be like super shilly with that. Be like, to wrap off the council session, we're gonna need 5 gifted subs. A frame whose gameplay revolves around finishers. Yeah, it's basically Ash. Ace, wait, hold on. You're not supposed to bribe chat? You're not supposed to be the one bribing chat with to finish off the council meeting. All right. Thank you, Ace, for the 5 gifted subs. Ace, you were supposed to be not the person doing it. It was supposed to be someone else as the representative of the Council of Chat. Council concluded. All right, council concluded. Thank you very much, Ace, for the 5 gifted subs. Everybody, I really like the bits that we have on here, and they make me really happy. And I hope you're all fun. I hope you all enjoy the bits as much as I do. Damn it! Just Mr. President did that one. We shall henceforth write this date down in the council books. Yes, exactly. You hate the bits? Oh, sucks to be you, champ. You get a laugh out of it? Okay, as long as everyone else gets a laugh out of it. Why am I dealing toxin damage? Why am I dealing gas damage? Oh, because we just did a gas amp for duh. I was like, wait a second, what's going on here? I was like, huh? Oh, it just sounds so cool. Exactly, Fox. Precisely. Oh, hold on. Someone pulled the wrong lever. That's the lever to conclude the council. The 5 gifted unlocks the lever. Someone pulled the lever. No, that's not the lever. That's a cat. Thank you, Ace. Council is concluded. Can I? No. All right. Okay, we're going to one more here, squad. My harmony needs 2 more levels. Hold on. Wait, Council of Chat. Wait, hold on. We need to re-adjourn for 1 hot second. This is just a clarification adjourning. Return to your chairs, Council of Chat. Return to the chairs. Is it every 1,000 gifted subs, or is it 1,000 once? I am down for 1,000 every 1,000 gifted subs. Every 1K. I think that's reasonable, but I just want to double check. Okay. Someone pull the lever again. It's on cooldown. Pull the lever when you're able to. Thank you. Okay, council concluded. I just wanted to double check what everyone's thoughts were. That's all. The duck. I don't think the duck is a part of the council. Oh, the duck and the goose are the official messengers of the council. And the pufferfish is the speaker. There we go. Now we have deep Xenos lore. The kitty is the what do they call them? The parliamentary aides. The goat is the master of arms. You will forget this by tomorrow? I don't think the rest of chat will forget it though. I love you guys. You're great. I appreciate you all for really just letting me commit to my bits. Did I drink water? I did drink water, but I'll drink more. I am thirsty. Or I don't remember where it was. How long ago that was. Is Max the CEO? Max is the chief arbiter. He's the one who actually has final say. Max is the only one who has veto powers. Sadly, all he wants is food, so he's really easy to bribe. Which Ace has just bribed the final arbiter. I actually really appreciate that you all are super down with the bits because they make me super happy. It really, really makes me happy. So I appreciate you all for enjoying the bits. Brings more life to the stream. It's just kind of funny, you know? And it's just like when new people come in, it's just like an inside joke that they get to then be a part of. Like, roar increases your damage. Did you know that if you have roar on, it'll increase your damage? Crazy, right? Sergeant at Arms? I was going more with like the Governor General, which non-Canadians will have no idea what I'm talking about when I say that. But Canadians right now are like, oh yeah. Whoa, really? I know, right? Crazy. Who'd have thunk? Pop. Your spawn room is almost half to 3/4 done. Oh my lord. May, you know what? I'm just your governor is the general? No, Governor General is like an old it has to do with ex-British colonies. Technically the head of state is the Governor General. Technically the head of state of Canada is the King of England by full legal terms. The King of England technically could like step in, but their official representative is the Governor General. I don't remember who the Governor General is, and the Governor General is chosen by the seated Prime Minister at the time of when they change over Governor General, and they're the ones who are the official signers of law as the King or Queen's representative. So like they technically can step in and stop a law from going into place, which I don't think that has ever actually happened in Canadians history, but we were pretty dang close a few times. Like Finland has a president and prime minister. Yeah, so we have our prime minister and then we have our Governor General type idea. Are we explaining Canadian law system? Was for people who didn't like fully understand what I'm saying about Max being the Governor General. Wait, you're Canadian? Yeah, I am. Yep. I'm based in Toronto. All right, we're leaving. GG. Canadian laws drive you mad as a newfie? I mean, to be fair, Canadian laws drive everyone mad. Probably we're gonna say to you, I forget now, yeah. You know, basically just a goldfish. Funnily enough, the plan for the home islands has been conquered in England. Was the Royals retake the Governor General position in Canada once they escape? Yeah. You said May and then trailed off into that? Yeah. Came very close to the Blitz. Well, another one was Holland. When I think it's Holland, right? Yeah, Holland. During World War II, when Holland was taken over, by the evil people, for fear of getting, you know, demonetized, but yes. The Queen of the royal family of Holland escaped to Canada, and the Queen was pregnant at the time. So what they did was legally make one of the hospital wards in the Ottawa hospital like Danish land, so that the princess, I think it was princess, could be born in Holland and thus be able to remain in line of succession. And it is still part of the reason to this day why Canada and the Dutch have such a close relationship. Also, we were the main military force during World War II that reclaimed Holland. If I remember correctly, that's the whole thing. Keyboard's the best and easiest way to play Warframe. Controller is too difficult. I know a lot of people who play on controller. Blue Bomber. But, you know, it's kind of personal preference. I prefer mouse and keyboard, but that's because I'm an ADHD little insane person, so I love, you know, messing around with stuff. And just sort of the whiplashing of stuff around. Some specific cultural gift every year? Yeah, it's like 1 million tulips every year. As a part of just their kindness to us. And we also have a huge World War II memorial for the fallen Canadian soldiers that they take care of. For the Canadians. Yeah. You play a controller, your hands are too small for mouse and keyboard? Yeah. Do you think Thermal Sunder and onto Uriel's 4 and then use Augment will be good? If you want to go weapon platform, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, so it does have some AoE to it. Now the question is, do we go... Does this... Hold on. Okay, so it doesn't look like it has punch through. Let's just pull up the Evening Songs wiki for a hot second here. Just want to better understand this thing. Charge shots cannot benefit through punch through and will explode on the first surface or enemy. Initial hit and explosion may apply statuses separately. Fully charged shot explodes. Weapon deals primarily slash. Can benefit from firestorm and caustic shots. Direct hits apply. And explosion apply 7 status effects. Hold on, does it apply 7 status effects without anything? It's not Danish, it's the Dutchland? Yeah, I will admit, I do always mess that up. Yes. I will admit, I do always mess that up. Yes, it's the Netherlands. Sorry. I will admit it. That is something that I am always really bad at is... Hold on. Does it just auto-apply 7 stacks? Wait, hold on. Does it just auto... Yeah, it just auto-apply 7 stacks. Oh. Huh. Alright. So it's guaranteed 7 stacks? But does that water down the status pool at all? Doesn't look like it. It's got a 38% status chance, so it doesn't look like it waters it down at all. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't look like it does. Yeah, no, I just I'm bad at Netherlands and Holland. I'm really bad at those two getting mixed up. Okay, so it's got some decent AoE, so maybe not Galvanized Aptitude. Although the AoE is more for like status priming than actual damage. But maybe we do get rid of Galvanized Aptitude for something else. What do we replace it with? Maybe we replace it with Galvanized Scope. Do we replace it with Galvanized Scope? Oh, the other thing I wanted to see here was what the full charge was. Even though the AoE is locked... Okay, so not that one. So I was wondering if the AoE was locked, but it was like the burst-in where the AoE is locked. So the first enemy hit with the burst-in and Karnan will do the AoE, but it will still follow through with the punch-through, but that's not the case. So Vile Acceleration is the answer here. But now the question is Galvanized Aptitude... Oh no! Perk, I'm so sorry! No, I'm so sorry, Perk! Sorry, Perk! Sorry, Raiders! I just started an ad break. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My apologies. My apologies. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My apologies. My apologies. Sorry. Sorry, that was me. Ads suck, be gone. Thank you so much, Evie. Sorry. Thank you very much, Evie. Appreciate you. Welcome on, Perk. How was your raid today? Or how was your stream today? You might still be stuck in ads. My apologies. Sorry, everybody. That was totally me. That was not Perk. I just started the ads, like, as the raid was coming in, so that is my fault. I'm terribly, terribly sorry. But welcome on in, everyone. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. How was your stream, Perk? What were you up to today? Hope that you had a wonderful time. Of course, Perk, if you got a raid and run, you are 10,000% welcome to. But for everyone else, welcome on in. Hope that you had a fun stream today. What'd y'all get up to? What we like to do anytime that we get raided to thank the kind people for sharing their community is we like to do a little bit of a giveaway. So give me a hot second here and we'll get a giveaway going. To thank Perk for the raid. Why is in my brain does me think that Evening Song Devotion is a multiplicative increase to your multi-shot? Why does my brain say that that's a multiplicative increase? Why does my brain think that's multiplicative? Why am I losing my brain? Where am I? Am I losing my brain? I think it's mainly just the fact that I've got Overcharge and I've got the other one on here. And Split Flights here. Which is kind of funny that you can put Split Flights on this thing when it is an AoE on the full charge. But I'm not going to complain. Wait a second. Oh, Split Flights? Is it not activating here? No, it's not on the not usable list. Let's try the Kuva Brahma, see if I can equip it onto the Kuva Brahma and see if it's just like a weird bug. No, okay, I can't even put that on here. Okay. Well, welcome on in, y'all. Hope you had a fun time with Perk. In case you just got out of the ad breaks a little bit late there, my apologies. That was all my fault, not Perk's fault. I accidentally started the ad break the moment that you clicked the raid thing. That is on me, not on you. But I hope that you had yourself a wonderful stream. And to thank you for sharing your community, let's do a giveaway for Varuna Prime. Anybody can join the giveaway, even on your first message. Just type !join if you want in. It's only on Twitch chat, so if you're over on YouTube, click the link in the description, pop on over to Twitch for a Varuna Prime blueprint package. Anybody is welcome to join, even on your first message. Just type !join to get in for a Varuna Prime, and you got a few minutes to join the giveaway there, y'all. Yeah, the Harmony certainly, not Harmony, Evening Song. It feels like this multi-shot is not... It feels like it's a multiplicative increase in multi-shot, but I think the problem is that I have overcharge and I have split flights here. So, like, the actual multi-shot amount is very weird. Also, interestingly, it's not showing multi-shot showing up here on the stat line at all. Evening Song? Yeah, I know, I keep calling it Evening Song. Me and words? Never. You have an actual question? What's up? When combined with the effects of Cantera and Harmony, all three buffs merge into Jade Ensemble, which lasts 60 seconds and increase the multi-shot bonus to 70%. Why do I think this feels like multiplicative multi-shot? Why do I feel like this is multiplicative? You need food? No worries. Go raid and run. Something allowed to get more multi? No, it's just no AoE. But this thing has AoE, but for some reason Split Flights works on it because it's only on the charge shot, but it's allowed to be used here. Need food? No worries, Perk. Go rest. Thank you so much for shaving your community. For sharing your community, not shaving them. It'd be really weird if you were shaving your community. What companion would be good with Synthi Construct, Tazakor, or Hellstrom? I mean, Nautilus? Group enemies? So that the Tazakor and the Hellstrom has a higher likelihood to apply status effects to more enemies? The only thing I could think of. Companion weapon? Tazakor or Hellstrom? I mean, the Hellstrom would hit more enemies. So I'd say Hellstrom. If you're looking for specifically just one of the two weapons. He's the AoE, right? Whether it's bonus or multiplicative, I'm going to assume that it's not multiplicative. Coma's Radius for Effigy? I know that it exists, yes. Even Song multi-shot. Why do I feel like... He was having a headache making a new account because he wanted to reset at the beginning. Also hello? Also hello. You think the radius can be boosted? No, I don't think that radius can be boosted, to my knowledge. Why do I feel like this has... I think we just leave it. We do like multi-shot, though. Although it is funny that they don't say anything here about the three weapons having the combo. Which is interesting. Is there a reason why they only let you use one account because blocking for a new account? I mean, I don't know if there is a reason or not. I'm not 100% certain. What do you get? It says it gets empowered? Yeah, but it doesn't say No, it doesn't say anything over here about it getting empowered. It just activates the devotion, a buff that increases multi-shot for allies. It doesn't say anything about the weapon. Does it say somewhere else? Ah, it says here. Yeah, it says here in the weapon description. You're right. The reload speed bonus to 60%. Adversarius! Adversarius, what's your in-game name? Sushi, welcome on in. How was your stream? Adversarius, can you remind me what your in-game name is? You have won a Varuna Prime blueprint package. And welcome on in, everyone. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. How was your stream, Sush? What did you get up to? It seems like you're offline. You did say give you a minute. How dare, how dare. Get your top 6? Man, I could use some sushi. I could use some sushi. I wouldn't say no. I think viral just makes the most sense, right? Does it get any bonus for being used by Jade, or is it only a bonus for all 3 of them being combined? It's a bonus for all 3 of them being combined. I was wondering if Jade would change it. Yeah, it's just the weapons. Yeah, but that's good. That's not a bad thing. That means that it's like a singular go, right? The Aphirus Prime, any ideas? Secondary Irradiate. Doesn't have to be tied to a frame. Yeah, that's the thing that I kind of like about it. Because it's not tied to a singular frame. Now, of course, Sushi, if you got a raid and run, you are 10,000% welcome to. But for everyone else, welcome on in. We'll do a giveaway in just a few minutes here to thank Sushi for the raid. Oh my lord. May! What the hell have you done to my dojo? I'm regretting giving you permission to do this. No, I'm not. That's a lie. Not even close. Someone needs materials? I already gave May like 1 billion materials. Yay, ammo drums! I love ammo drums. Thanks. Toronto, welcome on in. Thanks for the raid. Mother of God, everybody. You're killing me. Another raid. Jeez, I feel like I'm getting a train run on. What is this? Me back in university again? Sheesh. Joking. Welcome on in, everyone. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. Tarana, how was your Tanana? Sorry, I'm really bad at words. I'm dyslexic, so I apologize for mispronouncing your name. But happy to have you. How was your stream? Welcome on in. Mods, did we get a shout out for Sushi there? RPG Sushi and SO. There we go. Now we got some shout outs, but I hope you're doing well. Now, if you got a raid and run, you are 10,000% welcome to. Tunana. There we go. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, my brain don't work good. But happy to have you in. If you got a raid and run, Tuna, you are more than welcome to. But for everyone else, welcome on in. We got a few giveaways lined up to thank Sushi for the raid, and then thank to Tunana for the raid. So sit tight and just for a few seconds, and we'll get some going here. But I hope that you had a fun stream. What'd y'all get up to today? What'd you get up to? I'm just messing around with Jade's weapons because I've never actually messed around with them. Even Song is actually a lot better than I thought it was. It's like legitimately really good. This is very funny. I like this thing. Thank you for the follow. Varuna's build and weeklies. Heck yeah! It was good just doing some weeklies, leveling Varuna a bit. Your mod showed your build for Varuna. You're trying out. Heck yeah! I'm glad you're enjoying them. What one did you end up leaning towards? The health tanking or the shield gating one. Alrighty, to thank Sushi for the raid, let's give away some Forma. So type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat if you want in for some Forma. Everybody and anybody is welcome to join. You just gotta type exclamation point join in the chat. Even if on your first message, you can win. The one that you use your dog form, heck yeah. Good choice. Okay, now we can go back into the simi and do a quick test with this. We do love Forma in this house. We do love the Forma. Ooh, baby account just got his first built Forma. Ooh, congratulations. Mate, don't use your own Forma for the dojo for your baby account. Just let me know whenever you need Forma and I'll throw Forma at you. May has made a second account and has joined my dojo and is decorating my dojo for me. We can run on all fours now. I mean, I don't blame you. It is kind of great. It's pretty dang good, if you ask me. Okay, let's grab our dredge. And boop, and boop, and boop, and boop. I'm just doing a little bit of a weapon buildy build on my Harmony because, of course, Jade's mission, Jade's event is coming back next week. So I'm wanting to try a build here. Is this with the faction mod? This is with the faction mod. This is without killing blow, though. Okay, you know what? I like that. I like it. What frame you should take into a cascade? Meg. You should take Meg into a cascade. You're gonna go get some lunch now? No worries. You always like something across my shorts content? Oh, thanks. I appreciate you. Also, in case anyone here is a user of Facebook and like to use Facebook, go check out my Facebook page. I'm now posting my shorts over there as well as on YouTube, Instagram, and the fiendish TikTok. Hey, TikTok. But feel free to go check it out on Facebook if that's your Jimmy Jams. If that's something you enjoy. Okay, yeah, so we're still missing Killing Blow here, so the build's not fully finished out yet, but I think this is kind of where we're landing. I'm still uncertain on this guy. Still uncertain about this one. Drop it. You do think your builds are always great? More than happy to. Yeah. Send you your version of the Harmony? Alright, let's take a look at Prefect. Prefect understands build craft. Right, I can't look at them when I'm in here. You put Blast on? I mean, Blast is really good. I'm kind of debating if I want to throw gas on here. What do you got in your Harmony? Okay, so you went Truth Flame and Afflictions as well. You threw on Opportunity's Reach. Increases the window and does that. Interesting. Blood Rush, Elementalist, Volcanic Edge. Okay, so you're leaning into the heat rather than the toxin. I see, I see. See, I was leaning into the, but yeah, then you get a little bit more status chance for Volcanic, and this basically gets you up to 100% status chance with Elementalist. Yeah, with just the 60-60. Yeah. Opportunity's Reach makes sense. Because it increases the duration of Tennokai, so then you don't have to worry about using it. So, like, I get that. And then it also increases the range of the Tennokai attack. Use Prime Reach, but you don't want to form that again? Yeah, that's what I was thinking was Prime Reach. I was literally about to say that. So what's the main difference here between yours and mine? You're using a 60-60. Laughing, how you doing? So you're using a 60-60, so that increases your status chance by a little bit more. But I think I'm fine with, like, what? It's 120%, so then it's... what, 36 times 2.2. Yeah, 79% status chance with this elementalist, but this gets us up to basically 100. So it'll always be applying either another puncture or a heat. Robert 75, 79. Robert 79, can you please say what your in-game name is in the Twitch chat so that I can get you your formal bundle? Yeah, I was debating Reach. I agree Reach makes sense because then it just makes it easier for Harmony to do Harmony things, you know? Like this, I was thinking Killing Blow. Interesting that you aren't using Killing Blow on yours. But I guess you can swap that out for it. If you really feel like it. For a non-thing. And I think that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. Is we're going to go like that. And then we're going to go... Killing Blow. There. And then... What's this last slot? Is that Reach? I think his last slot is Reach. Just for the Tennokai stuff. Robert 79, heck yeah. Perfect. I will get you your formal bundle sent to you right now. 60% follow through. It's more, it's not for the damage. It's for making it easier to hit with Truth's Flame. Is the idea. So it's less about the follow through and more about the like ease of use. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. Sit tight. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch up to your otherwise it takes you just a minute and a bit. It was doing damage cap with 60% follow through, didn't matter much. Yeah, I don't know why mine's not like doing crazy damage here. But you did say that you're using it with Ash and Crepuscular. So maybe Ash and Crepuscular because Ash increases slash damage. Right? Ash increases slash damage with his passive, if I remember right. Deal 25% more damage and last 50% longer. Yeah. Yeah. Attack speed, we're doing heavy attack build with this, Peanuts. So we don't really need attack speed. Yeah, so with Ash, that would make more sense. But I don't want to make this, like, built around a certain frame. Right, I always try to make my builds be universal so that if anyone can pick up the build and use it. So that's why I'm leaning away from that. Gives him more critical, yeah, but also his passive, Kyle. That's what we're talking about. Slash procs inflicted by Ash's weapons and abilities deal 25% more damage and last 50% longer, which plays into the passive. Yeah, Citrain with her crystal increases status duration. Ash with his passive, status duration for slash procs as well as deal more damage. And Lavos because his status duration increases well. On top of all that. Is there another status duration? No, just lasting sting. Yeah, so I'm thinking Reach here. I'm not going to show the build off on... What does this do? For the Harmony... Is it just straight to 60%? Subwolf, how you doing? It just double it? Yeah, it just doubles it. Okay. To 60%. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna do Reach. I'm gonna do Primed Reach. On this last slot here. And that's just to make it easier to land the Truth's Flame so that we can continuously chain it. That's the idea behind that. Okay, I think that's good. So that needs one more form. Does Evensong need one? Collective Curse can be interesting. Oh yeah, absolutely. Collective Curse is fantastic with this, but it's more of I make my builds for everyone to use, not specific frames to use. But it is something that I will mention in the short saying good on these frames. Yeah, the Even Song has really beautiful sound effects to it. Okay, so Harmony's is gonna do Harmony things. Canter is doing Canter things. Let's just quickly go test the Canter. And while we're doing that, let's get the giveaway going for Tunana. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. A Lavosh? Yeah, let's do a Lavosh. All right, type exclamation point join in the Twitch chat to get in for a giveaway. Everybody, anybody is welcome to join for a Lavos Prime set. You can't even join on your first message. So if you've just been lurking or came in with one of the raids, you can get in for a giveaway for a Lavos Prime. It is only on Twitch chat, so if you're watching on another stream, click the link in the description, pop on over. Well, Fido, you could pick it up yourself and trade it, sell it, give it to another player if you want. You need 4 Lavos Primes, true and real. Need before agreed, you know what? I feel you. I respect that. I respect that. No. So we do that. And then we do this. Okay, this needs to warm up a little bit. Give it a moment. It needs to warm up. It's a little cold out. Igni, how you doing? Been a while. Okay, there we go. And then Harmony. Did I miss one of my bow? Oh, getting all of these here. The Canter buff doesn't need the crits. You're right. Doesn't need to get the kill. Now, why is it not combining into the buff? Why is it not combining into the buff? Why is it not combining into the buff? Is this bugged? Heavy attack kills. No, I'm getting the heavy attack kills. Wait a second, why is this not giving the buff? Why is this not getting the buff? Okay, there we go. And then you need to get a kill. Okay, there we go. And then Canter. There we go. There we go. Now we got it rolling. All right, there we go. What does it say? Seen together, the buffs effect is doubled. Okay, cool. What progenitor do you for the Kuvanu core? If you want to see how I build my Kuvanu core, including the progenitor. What was the problem? Oh, the buff didn't look like it was activating, so I was confused, but it was just my inability to human. Just watch your mecha predicate short. You need to ask, would the mecha set work on the Medjay? Yeah. It's all predicates. Predicates and Kubros, the mecha set will work on. All right, that's fun. Now let's grab citrine. And let's take this in for a quick run and see how stupid this is. And let's grab this with our mecha toxic snotter. Mecha normal. Farming for a Warframe slot is tedious, but you don't have plat. What's a really good way to get platinum is just by doing relics, or by well, you can watch that video there. It shows you how to do the corrupted vault farming. It's a pretty good farm. Right there. That's what the mecha set does. Alternatively, credit card prime does also solve all problems. Oh, interesting. It wasn't activating properly. May, congratulations. You won a Lavos. Would you like that on your baby? Bah. I died to Truth Flame. That is the one problem with this build. You do accidentally get yourself dead. And then we do... So, did you see all those status effects there? Those status effects were caused by... Okay, what is... Oh, I don't have my damage reduction on. Did you know that damage reduction is really useful when you have it on? But it does absolutely nothing when you don't have it on? Did you know that? Crazy, right? Hey, roar increase your damage. No way. Tell me more. Yeah, so something interesting that I'm already noticing here is it seems like the Harmonies buff doesn't activate properly. Okay, so there was something really interesting there. I was just swinging. I wasn't paying attention. I need to look into that because the Harmony buff wasn't activating there for a few of the hits, but Tennokai was. So, May, I assume you're just in the dojo, right? I got yeah, okay, cool. So I don't need to shoot you an invite since you're already living in here. Stop your decorating for a moment here, mate. Thank you. Here is a Lavos. Kitsune! Thank you so much for the 4 months tier 1. Super appreciate you. I appreciate you. Failed to make offer. May, did you put on 2-factor authenticator on your account? Nope, never mind, we're good. Just a bug. No, they're MR enough for trade. Okay, just, yeah, throw me whatever you got. Yeah, it was just a bug. Nothing important. Ammo drums! I love ammo drums! Ammo drums. How y'all doing? We're doing great today. How are you? We're messing around with Jade's weapons today. Love it is what I got. Remember that. So, hold on. There's something about Harmony wasn't activating inside of there. So, I'm wondering if Harmony's buff... I'm wondering if it's one of those things where the... So it's the heavy attack needs to get a kill. Right? I'm wondering if the dot condensing does not... Yeah, exactly. No, but I'm wondering if the dot condensing does not count as a heavy attack for activating the buff. Yeah, see, there, it didn't activate there, but it killed someone because of the Tennokai, right? Someone died. So the straight up actual heavy attack itself needs to get the kill, not the dot condension. And if the dot condension gets the kill, then it doesn't refresh the buff. And that's what it is. I think? So that gave me the buff, 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 that one gave me the buff, that one gave me the buff. Maybe not? See, that one didn't die. So that one made sense why that one didn't. Good spot to farm Endo. A really good spot to farm Endo is the late game bounties in Warframe. So that's like Holvania, Whisper in the Walls, Sanctum Adonomica. Yeah, see there, that didn't activate it. But someone died because the Tennokai activated. So that is in fact the case. That person died. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so I will need to make note of that. Let me just quickly pull up my Google Docs here. Yeah, arbitrations are also really good. Railjack is also really good. Those would be the areas that I would recommend. Would that be a bug? I don't think it is. Harmony dot condension kill does not activate unique trait. Heavy attack itself must get the kill. Okay, so that is interesting. That is very, very interesting. You find alchemy is an Arby? Yeah, alchemy, I don't know if alchemy is necessarily a good endo farm, but arbitration is one of the best in the game. And then you also farm like a whole bunch of other stuff too at the same time, which is really where its power comes in. Let's grab our funny little friendo. And let's get rid of you for the router. And let's just see what our damage is looking like now. There's not enemies here. And by not enemies, I mean not enough enemies. Hooray for the router, giving us free combo counter. Whee! I still feel like I should be doing a lot more damage. 8 million? Yeah, it really should feel like it should be doing a lot more damage here. Can't see my damage numbers. They're floating around too much. Yeah, I took off the Bane, but even then... Oh, 177 million. Yeah, it was just that I couldn't see the damage numbers because they were floating away too far. 120 million. Okay, it was just that I couldn't see the damage numbers because they were floating away too far. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, we're good. And that's without a range mod or a Bane mod yet. We're not putting a Bane mod on because we're making it universal so that people don't have to use Bane mods because I don't like Bane mods. How's it going? Not too bad. We're working on all of these here. What's my Tenant Grigori look like? Grigori. Oh, Tenant Grigori. There you go. Here you go. It's an older build, but it's still the same, other than maybe switching out for Truth's Flame. They're the bane of my existence. Yeah, I just don't like faction mods. But like, what? That would turn from 120 million to like 300 million with a faction mod because it applies twice to dots. So fantastic song. Yeah, I love this. I still think Reach is the best bet for just making it easier to activate Truth's Flame, but obviously a Bane mod or a Smite would be the more damage here. This is for ease of use. This is for highest damage. Right? And I'm always about ease of use. Lurk, just here for streak continuation, going to a banquet with a friend a bit. Well, I hope you have yourself a wonderful time with your friend. Thanks for swinging by saying hi. Cardi, I don't need anything from you. You love faction mods. What do you got in the Canter? Just like a bunch of fire rate and damage. Nothing too interesting. Secondary Merciless is for more damage. Galvanized Shot, Pistol Gambit, going crit, status hybrid, basically. That's all. And if I remember right, the Canter is a flat crit chance buff. I think this is just a flat crit chance buff. Set critical chance ignores other modifiers, blah, blah, increases damage tier 4. Status effects can, however, puncture status effects can increase. Oh, so we don't actually want to build into crit chance here. We just want to build into crit damage. Because it sets the critical chance to 300. Other than puncture. Okay, so we don't actually want Prime Pistol Gambit here. We don't need punch through. It already has punch through. That's why it's multiplicative of Frost Augment? Yeah. Well, it was. I don't think it is anymore. I think that got fixed back with Jade Techrod Encore. I think. What else can we do for critical damage? Do we just throw on like a... I mean, what we could do, which would be funny, is just go super high into fire rate. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I think that got fixed with the... when all of the things that were multiplicative for a little while got unmultiplicative. Does it still work? No, neat. Didn't realize that still works. Why don't we just test it? Why don't we just find out? I kind of have that tech. I got a frosty boy around here. We do love the frosty boy in this house. There will be no frost slander. Whoop, that's not right. Whoop, that's not right. Oh no, yeah, it still works. Yeah, no, that still works. I feel like it needs more damage though. That's not doing a lot of damage. I feel like that could be doing more. What about Cascade of Flare since we have heat? Yeah, I was going more for the reload speed. To get the reload speed down, I was using Secondary Merciless. For 900% crit chance, that's low? Yeah, but like, where do we get more critical damage here? I guess we can throw on like the... Throw on Hollow Point. But I hate Hollow Point. And I kind of was really vibing with that. It needs to warm up. Give it a second. It's a little cold outside. Here, let's give it some love. There we go. Yeah, that is really low damage. Hmm. How can we get this damage up more? That is really low damage. No, I'm specifically testing the weapon without the freeze. What if we did a pure cold on here? With secondary shiver? Wait, does this thing have heat base? No, this doesn't have heat base. We then would lose prime pressure. The primed heat mod. Yeah, we don't care about crit chance. We want crit damage. This feels like it's not doing anything, considering what we're putting into it. Yeah, I mean, Merciless Gunfight. We could go Merciless Gunfight, drop primed heated charge, and put on cold. Then we can do secondary shiver instead. And do like that. Conjunction voltage just increases the reload speed and the multi-shot. Yeah, that's not better damage. Why are you doing so low damage? Why are you doing so low damage? Does this not work with galvanized shot? Once the amount of embedded blades exceeds 30, all your blades will begin returning with each shot. This amount includes with the multi-shot. Synth charge will affect returning blades if reloaded from empty. Striking grants the buff. Seem to target the midpoint between the two ammo pouches for the Warframe's thighs rather than the location of the aiming reticle. Yeah, I would assume that it would just be additive. Why does this feel like it's not doing anything? I mean, we could do Outburst, but then we're sacrificing our Harmony tech by using Outburst. And we're only getting the critical damage from Outburst. Try without Galv, yeah. But then we have a formal problem. We then have a formal problem. Which, like, we can, you know, solve the formal problem by just over-formatting. It's fine, but... That's, like, just worse. It's being cheesed by the frost buff, obviously, here. Yeah, that's much worse. That's so much worse. Okay, so galvanic shot was definitely the right answer. Why did you spawn a single enemy? Why aren't you spawning 20 enemies? Why can't I make this weapon work, man? Yeah, armor's definitely affecting it, but even then, it's not doing a whole lot. Would it be insane to try Acuity? No, we're trying to make this not Warframe's dependent. Making this Warframe dependence the exact opposite of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make this work for any Warframe. See ya. No worries. You take care. We'll see you soon. Acuity isn't Warframe dependent? Yeah, but then we're losing multi-shot. I don't know if I like that. And the return flight doesn't... Oh, I was using Shiver there. That would explain why my damage seemed really bad. Okay, let's redo the test. That would help to explain the problem. See you, champ. Okay, there we go. And we kill. Now we restart. 1.3k versus oh. 1.3k versus yeah, 2.2. But still, this feels really low. What am I doing wrong with this one? Do you have crit damage? I have literally every crit damage mod that I can get on here. Well, almost every crit damage mod I can get on here. Honestly, it feels like it's one of these situations. Just like a butt ton of base damage. Modding corrosive? I mean, potentially. Or the other dots? I mean, I had slash on there. I mean, it's 3.2k red crits instead. There has to be something to this. This might be one of those things where I need to go look at what my friends are doing to get a better understanding of the weapon. Like, go see what Ken or MH Blackie or Flo has done with this to get a better idea. Because it's just like, it makes funny damage numbers, but why? Hold on. The yellow crits are critting for more. Wait a second. Why are the yellow crits critting for more? The yellow crits were critting for 7k. That was a 6.4k yellow crit. Take off? We tried taking off galvanized shot. And it was doing more damage with Galv shot. But why is the return flight? Yeah, it's doing so much more less damage now. What is going on with this weapon? Like, I'm not crazy, right? Did everyone else see a 6k yellow, but only 2.3k red? Like, am I going insane? Yeah, 6.4k. Okay, well, that's with the frost buff, so that was cheating. Hold on, let me get this going again here. Just get my buffs from the stuff there. .3. Oh, maybe it was landing headshots. Maybe it was landing headshots. Yeah, maybe it was just a headshot. And I just wasn't noticing that it was a headshot. But even then, with this high of crits and this high of crit damage, I feel like it's not doing its damage properly. That's a really low... No, there's something wrong here. 384. 1.4. 384, 1.4? No, that's not the right damage. That's not the right damage. No, that's not the right damage. There is something wrong here. Hold on. Where's my notepad? Please don't have anything important. Oh, that was just the... I hate notepads so much. I hate Windows so fucking much. Fucking... Hold on. Let me do some math. Let me just remember how this equation works, because I'm bad at equations. Okay, hold on. So... Actually, that would be the easiest way to test it. You're right. Do this build, but minus the crit damage mods. Magnetic Might, Target Cracker, Merciless Gunfight. Okay, there we go. We all buffed up. No, it's taking it in. Why is this weapon so We're not buffed up. We got all the buffs up there. I don't know. We got the buffs up there. It's just so low. This does not make sense. It feels... Let's remove enemy armor from the equation. Which one of these does the damage resistance? The healers don't give it damage resistance, right? They just do healing. I mean, the only thing I can think of now to try is Acuity. Yeah, these damage numbers now make sense. So armor was playing a much significantly higher, obviously. From synth charge, it's practically reloading the weapon. True, that is the same tech as... That is the same tech as whatchamacallit on here. So... I just can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. Maybe Isotope we get rid of for that? Maybe we do... Oh, fuck, I need a Forma. A V's fine. Yeah, the Catalyst, that's what I'm thinking of. And I think that's multiplicative damage with Synth Charge. I totally forgot about Synth Charge, but it definitely makes sense. It should do multi-damage. I mean, that's a little bit more reasonable. Now we're doing 87 instead of 30. Okay, now we got something. Yeah, now we got something. We lost a bunch of fire rate, though. So let's go back to the heavy gunners, just to see. We also have heat, which should help with the armor issue. Yeah, let's just, get this shenanigans going. There we go. Oh, there we go. That's the... There we go. It just needed multiplicative damage. Who would have thunk? It just needed multiplicative damage. Wow, that's really unfortunate that, like, that one mod is so necessary to make this thing work properly. And this is with Hornet Strike, but I guess with Hornet Strike, because it's multiplicative, having this much base damage on it's actually not a bad thing. Right, we got Gallop Shot, Hornet Strike, and we got Secondary Merciless. So it's not a bad thing to have all this additive damage when we have multiplicative here. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that we can do on this thing to get a little bit more. I mean, we could go Cascade of Flare, but I kind of like having the reload speed so low so that we can just keep the train rolling with it. I know that Cascade of Flare would be more damage, but it's more of the DPS rather than instant damage. But let's just, for the sake of it, just get these buffs up. Yeah, exactly. It's more of a pick your poison. And I am a really big fan of the higher reload speed. I'm already feeling it a bit here. But let's see what the damage feels like. I mean, it's not that much higher. It's actually quite a bit higher. But that reload, though, is really making me less sad. So I think we're still going back to Merciless here for the reload speed. Yeah, exactly. The reload speed is the higher DPS. Because then it plays into this for an extra 20%. Flare is not better than Merciless in the long run? Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going for, right? And having this many sources of... this is multiplicative, right? I'm not losing my mind. Sin charge will affect all reloading blades if coming from empty. And this is multiplicative, right? I'm not losing my mind. Multiplicatively, Hornet Strike and any damage... and any area damage the weapon may have also affected. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so it is multiplicative. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the build. It's just so unfortunate that it's just not anywhere close to the capabilities I was kind of hoping it would. Considering it's got a bajillion critical chance. I mean, it's not a primed weapon, so like, whatevs. And it's not an incarnate, so again, whatevs. Yeah, you know what? I think that's good enough. I'm not gonna stress out about it. Yeah, I think that's all she wrote for that thing. Oh, Maddie, I've got another on there too. Kunai or the Spira? If you're choosing between the two, the Kunai would be the better one because it has an incarnate. I'm actually really impressed with the Evensong. Evensong was actually really impressive. A lot more impressive than I thought it was. It's a great shotgun. You never use it? Oh, it's a ton of fun. It's a great shotgun. Yeah, sorry, I do have a new video also coming out, Maddie, hopefully later on this week. Hopefully next week I'll have that out. Oh, it's gotta warm up. Give it a moment. There we go. It's a great shotgun. Although I do feel like I don't want to put viral on this thing. Because we have such high status effect and such high multi-shot, I feel like we don't want viral. Blast? Hey, Zenos, did you put blast on a weapon again? Yes. Shut up. Shut up. I like blast. And then we can go into prime cryo rounds. No, we'll still be able to go back to the 60/60 cold. We'll have enough mod capacity here for that. Ah. Oh, I need to charge up. Give it a second. It's a little cold outside. It needs to charge up. Let it charge up. It's a little bit sleepy. Okay, the viral was better, but let's remove the enemy armor. Yeah, there you go. I mean, it is pretty good. Now, obviously, we're getting a bunch of crit chance and crit damage from the frost stuff. Well, so the reason why, like, blast works so well here, and, like, I knew it would. I'm not stupid. Is the charged AoE also applies status effects, right? So you're basically spreading blast. Which is very tasty. But it does work best when you got a armor strip, obviously. Oliver, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. It does work really well, as it turns out. No, Molt Augmented fell off of this. What if we grab, oh, I don't know, someone who won't mess up my shenanigans. We'll grab this. Give the boy a treat? All right, I'll give the boy a treat. Yeah, YouTube chat is sometimes a little bit weird with showing up. Yeah, when you, as it turns out, if you just remove enemy's armor and use blast, it's really strong. Who'd have thunk? Yeah, the chat thing is a little bit stupid sometimes. Can't remember if I got him his treat earlier today, so we'll give it. I think it is applying more than 10. But it's just happening so quickly. It's a little hard to tell. Where can you find your new Venado build? It's on there on the channel. It was just a few days ago. Van Otto. There you go, Maddie. There you go, Maddie. Overcharge sounds very funny on this. Yeah, that's that do be why we using it. Garuda. Lots of overcharge. Kind of makes me want to go elementalist. It's kind of making me want to go elementalist. Yeah, but where the fuck are we gonna fit that? We aren't. I mean, we could drop aptitude, but aptitude's actually giving us some pretty decent damage here. And status chance, more importantly. It's not helping the AoE damage at all. Yeah, I think aptitude was doing more. The AoE is 1/7. Well, also on top of that, we're mainly... The AoE is just a status prime. More than anything. Exactly. It's to spread the status effects more than anything. We're playing for the main hits. Now, obviously, you need to charge up. Yeah, even just already, it's doing more. Yeah, it's definitely doing more. Yeah, it's definitely doing more. Or at least it certainly feels like it's doing more. I don't know, kind of feels like I shouldn't be going into crits on this thing. This is really making me feel like going into crits is actually hampering us. Yeah, I was debating the debilitate, but I kind of like the overcharge for the multi-shot. I mean, what would we do with... if we were to go all in on the status chance instead? If we went all in on the status chance instead, where would we go? Would we go... Wait a second, I got an idea. Maybe not, no. I was thinking we could go 100 munitions viral, but we would then need to find some space here with viral. Actually, that could be interesting. Do viral 100 munitions? We wouldn't be able to fit it. Yeah, I have streamer and yeah, I have streamation and aptitude. Yeah, and yeah, because we had overcharge on, so we were trying to get our base damage up. That was the plan. That was the idea. That's what we were going for. No, it was on purpose to have 2 additive. Usually on weapons, I use 2 additive sources, either here or with the arcane. Typically speaking, I do that. Elementalist, radiation, corrosive. What if we did that? What if we put on this last one? Just heat? What if we did this? And like just go in for the status damage. Right, fire rate. About that heat. About that heat. About that. It's got to charge up. I mean, honestly, not awful. It's not the Canter. Rip. It's not awful, but it's certainly not better than the full crit. I just wonder if Blast is the right one to go for. Magnetic Viral, yeah, but it's more of if we're going into debilitate, Elementalist is so good. Because then, and that's why like radiation and corrosive, because then we have double electric and heat from debilitate going in. And that's the idea behind with Elementalist. Let's just grab the boy here for a hot second. Take this out for a quick spin here. Yeah, the Canter definitely super spreader. Definitely is a weapon. It definitely is a weapon, all right. It's definitely an weapon. Ultinox level of weapon? Yeah, about that. Bazinga, how you doing? Man, why can't I make this work? Like, either of these weapons. I mean, this one's doing at least something here. Stop stealing my gun, nerd. It's doing something. It's not Canter bad, but it's certainly not good. Oh, that actually hit for 1,000,000. I don't know if blast is the answer. I think the answer was viral. I mean, it'd be really tempted to go for viral 100 munitions. Because we got such high multi-shot. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Feels weird. Feels some weird stuff with this weapon. They both need one heck of a ribbon. Yeah. I mean, like, the harmony's actually good. Obviously. Lilith, what you saying? Call me. Ooh, pretty. Isn't that similar to the base Call Me fashion? The red and the white? But I do like it. May, you need stuff. You sent me your list. The elephant sharpshot in the room, shut up. Leave my poor sharpshot alone. I want to use sharpshot. Cedo Prime, Hamdall, what you got? Yeah, looks all good. You probably don't need Prime Point Blank here, though. I would replace this with Magnetic Strafe. For the extra fire rate and the extra status effect to play into Savvy, and its unique passive will actually be probably more damage than this gives you. So I would swap this out with a Magnetic personally. Magnetic Strafe. Otherwise, the rest of that looks good. I really like high fire rate on that weapon, though. Shotgun Elementalist? Nah, not really. Spinnerex. Status chance, additional combo count chance, minus critical damage. I would definitely keep rolling that. That ribbon's not that great. Literally the only stat on here is that's halfway decent is the status chance. The rest of those stats aren't that great. So I would definitely keep rolling that. I'd also maybe not run Prime Reach on here, although with the Spinnerex's unique trait, Reach is fine, but I would definitely drop that, or at least keep rolling that, unfortunately. Melee Vortex, you got Magnetic on here, so that's perfectly fine. Weeping Wounds, Condition Overload. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely keep rolling that one. Yeah. Riaz, your Wisp. Yep, looks good. I don't know if what's changed here. Yeah, looks good. Voyager, Hellstrom. Electricity, Impact, Radiation Gas. Yeah. If you combine this electricity into something else, you could go Magnetic on here, Voyage, because this thing has heat base. Oh, could you combine it with something else? Probably not, actually. Growing Power and Cunning Drift? Yeah. Growing Power and Cunning Drift is a good choice. A little bit more strength, a little bit more range. Both good things on Cataclysm build. Is this build good for the primer? I feel like this isn't necessary. Because it has heat base. So if you want gas, you could remove this, move this over here, bring this down here, like swap these two. So then that will combine with the heat here to make gas. And then you could go Magnetic and get another status effect out of this. Or maybe you want the electricity on its own, though, Voyage. Yeah, you could go Corrosive. Corrosive Heat would be pretty solid on a status priming companion. So, like, remove that, move that over there, and just give it, like, More reload speed? Give him more reload speed? The heat 6060 looks like it's to get a push above 100% status chance. Yeah, that's true too. I feel like this is an answer to the amount of status effects for like status priming, but I feel like you could get more out of it. But I do think that's good. Episarius in Cascade right now. No worries, no worries. I think if you shifted around your status effects, you might get something more useful than what you have on there, is all I'm saying, Voyage. I don't know what exactly that answer looks like at the end of the day, but I feel like you probably could do a little bit of swapping around and get a better status combination than gas, rad, heat, or gas, rad, electric. Sticky Joe, we saw that. Pluto, what's your citrine look like? Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh, that's really pretty. I like that a lot, actually. I mean, I don't like that base skin. Non-multi-shot build, yeah, but the problem, like, longbow sharp shot. Yeah, maybe I should just give up on the overcharge and go longbow sharp shot. Because with longbow sharp shot, it doesn't need all of the hits to land. Riven's is a beefy heat mod. And more crit damage. Very important. More than no, it's not a beefy heat mod. It's a crit damage mod with heat. Let's call it what it is. This is a crit damage mod with heat. Yeah, longbow sharp shot might be the answer. Because this on a headshot hit. Maybe that's the answer. Even with split flights. Actually. Hold on, a quick 5-minute simi adventure. Just a quick in and out, quick 5 minutes. I swear, chat, I swear. I swear, it's just a quick 5 minutes in and out. I swear, I swear. With Hellstorm's fire rate, I think 100% breakpoint would be super important. Yeah, but it's also got like a bunch of AoE and multi-shots, so like... Yeah, maybe the stats, maybe that's a lot more important. I mean, so here's the idea, right? Split flights. It reduces the accuracy, but with this high of multi-shot, I don't think we care about the accuracy. Right? We just like launch it in the general direction of their heads. Just like aim mildly up. Because it's activating on every single shot. You're right, Ace. This was an excellent idea by me. Very smart, Ace. You're right. I am very, very smart. You didn't hear that right? Yes, I am very smart. You're right. I am very smart for putting a longbow sharp shot and split flights on at the same time. Absolutely correct. I am just a genius. But you just gotta generally aim up. I'm so smart. Actually, I kind of do like it with longbow sharp shot. That was a good idea. I'll admit it. I'll admit it. Why is multi-shot not showing up here? Why does it think split flights is not multi-shot? Oh, because it's on hit. That's why. Yeah, it's on hit. That's why. Duh. And or hello. It actually is, just because, like, the amount of AoEs, the amount of shots that you have that you spit out with this eye of multi-shot, you just kind of aim, even with the reduced accuracy, you just kind of, like, aim it in the general direction of enemies' heads. What's that damage multiplier from? What is this from? Why does it have 2 damage multiplier buffs on here? Yeah, but longbow sharp shot's here. Why is this here? This one's here. Why is this one here? We already have this one. Why do we have 2 buffs here? Why is that 2 buffs? Weird. Ask DE. I mean, they don't listen to me. DE hates me. That's why they didn't take me to Brazil with them. This is a great shotgun. Okay, you know what? Yeah. Listen, everything's a shotgun if you give it enough multi-shot. Should we go gambling? Look how much more multi-shot I got on this thing. Holy crap. Hold on. I feel in general, pros are a bad choice for evolving balancing. Involving a subpar player, they can tell you what to struggle with. A pro usually capable of adapting most things. I mean, you're not wrong, but also the pros are the ones who can find the weaknesses inside of something. So we're able to find the problems inside of a build usually faster, and like the feel of something and how it feels significantly easier and faster than other people can. Yeah, that's not enough fire rate to make this worthwhile. I'm not gambling that, Riven. But you are right. Like, it just kind of depends on where you're looking at, right? Like, are you balancing for everyone, or are you balancing for the top end of the game? And that's really where your point comes more into play, Fido. Because if you're balancing for everyone, like, so I used to play a lot of Dota 2, right? And I used to watch a lot of professional Dota 2, and I still actually watch a ton of professional Dota 2. But it's more of like one of those things of a subpar player can learn skills, but if the problem lies inherently in how something functions, a subpar player isn't going to see that. They're just going to see it not working properly, if that makes sense. Right? In Dota 2, you'll see huge combinations function in professional games, but they, because of lack of skill, lack of knowledge, or just lack of teamwork, they aren't able to do the same thing. And like here in this game, it's basically the same thing, except our team is here and here, right? This is our team and how we build it out. So like the pros can push things. I'm going to call myself a pro just for the sake of this argument, or sake of this discussion, not an argument. Like I'm able to see, just from experience, I can tell when something's like not working properly, or I can tell when it's like this doesn't feel good, or I can tell when there's a bug because of just experience or knowledge or understanding and so on and so forth. But a new player isn't going to be pushing things to the levels that we push things to. Like we push things into, like, you know, content creators, people like Barty, level cap runners, we push things into the extremes. Whereas normal players don't push things into the extremes, and at the end of the day, it kind of just depends on who you're balancing the game around. Are you balancing the game around the top end, or are you balancing the game around the sort of medium or mean even? Either one works fine for this case. And that's just kind of like depends on who you're balancing for as a developer. And in Warframe, I agree that we should be balancing more for the average player than the extreme cases. But Warframe also doesn't care about balance. Right? even Pablo admits that Warframe does not care about balance. Warframe aims to be a highly accessible title also. Exactly, yeah. Warframe aims to be highly accessible, aims to be a game that anyone can play, aims to be something that anyone can enjoy on any system. So it's just kind of like, who are you making balance for? You know? And the other thing is that's important to remember is a lot of the times these combos that are highly, not even intricate, like Warframe skill isn't in mission. Warframe skill is right here. This is where the skill of Warframe really comes in. And anyone who watches my content can do this because all you do is you just copy and paste. So at least with Warframe wise, you know, I don't think that there's like a whole lot to that. But like in a more competitive thing, that is a much more important argument. Because, you know, we have MR6 people who are just running around damage capping with Hildren shenanigans, right? Like, they don't need to think. They just need to know what buttons to press. Once they know what to put, like, what the ingredients are. This is like, hold on. This is like a really good example of this. Would be, someone making dinner for themselves, a home chef and a restaurant chef. You know what I mean? They all work off of the same recipe, but it's the little things in between, right? Like a restaurant chef or like a Michelin chef will know when something is medium rare, will know when something is getting the proper Maillard reaction, and so on and so forth. And then like a home chef who's following like a more intricate recipe will be able to do more than just someone who's cooking dinner for themselves, right? Like, if I gave the same recipe to my friend who is a Michelin trained chef, and then my other friend who is a chef in a Michelin restaurant, and myself, the meal will be very different between the three of us. It's the same recipe, but just because of skills and knowledge of what to do, will turn out to be something completely different. And I think that's more where Warframe really gets its nuts and bolts, is like, we, as the recipe creators, right? We make a good recipe, but it's what you do with the recipe is what matters. It's kind of the way I look at it. Are they new or like old players on new accounts? I mean, like, I would say more like I'm thinking like MR15, relatively new people. Hunter Forma, yeah, so during the Quest to Conquer Cancer, which is a charity event that we run, the Warframe community runs during October, one of the stretch goals for fundraising for the community was 100 Forma on my Ninja. How do you play it? You can go check out my video on YouTube, Rico, for all the information that you need. And 7 different builds for you to enjoy as well at the same time. There you go. Also, ZA Bend, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Do you have a Mesa Part relics you can buy off me? I actually don't do any trading. Sorry, bud. Sorry, Edgeless. I don't do any trading. But I appreciate the offer. We do have a section on our Discord if you're looking for anybody. If you aren't in our Discord, let me grab you a link. We have a trade hub in our Discord. Is Mesa in rotation? No, not right now. He's not in Resurgence right now. I don't know, that's kind of the way I look at it, Fido, is like, you know, I'm the recipe creator, but it's up to you as a player to do with the recipe. And it's more of like knowing when to press your buttons, how to press your buttons, when to use your, you know, like you don't use Divine Spears when there's only one enemy standing around, right? A new player might be doing that. Like, might only be casting Divine Spears when there's one enemy there, but like in a more experienced player will know that Divine Spears' true damage comes from when there's a ton of enemies around. And it's more of knowledge of how the build works rather than having the recipe, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. It's a skill issue. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not a skill issue. Warframe doesn't really require skills. I don't know, maybe that doesn't answer your question, but that's kind of how I feel about it. That's kind of how I feel. It's probably not a proper response, and I apologize. But I do agree that Warframe does not balance around me. Right? I find the weird things, and then if they decide that the weird things are too outrageous, well, not even me. Barty finds the weird things. Ken finds the weird things. I'm not anywhere close to those people. They're much better than me. I'll admit it. I know what I'm about. I'm good at like grabbing information and making something out of it. I'm not good at finding the information. They're much better at finding the information than I ever will be. But yeah. You can know the pizza recipe, but it means nothing if you don't know how to start, how to make it or start the oven. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm good at like the finding the info and messing with it more than anything else. Or like once I have the info, I'm good at messing with it. I'm not anywhere close to Barty or Ken or Ignis T or Ninjase. One of the best people you ever seen in Warframe. He had access to all the things and frames of weapons, but you really enjoy just utterly dumb stuff too. And you know what? I'm with you too. Is like I love utterly stupid things as well. Like, you know, this is like an utterly dumb thing. It just does bonkers shenanigans. Okay, I just got to run a quick ad break here, y'all. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get per ads. So tight. And we'll keep taking a look at people's builds and stuff that you sent in before we call it. We'll sing with you. Yo, Frostbolt's playing Warframe. Hell yeah. Love Frostbolt. We do love the Frostbolt. That's awesome to see Frost checking out Warframe, actually. You bought 65? Okay, good. I'm glad you didn't grab too many. Nah, we're probably going to be calling here, Riaz. I'm sorry. We just kind of got stuck in build crafting for videos next week. I needed to get that done. Sorry about that. We'll make sure to grab you a few more times next week as apologies. A very 5-minute coding adventure? Yeah, it was only 2.5 hours this time. Only 2.5 hours this time. All right. Ace, let's take a look at your Koma. Ooh, pretty. Ooh, I love that pink. Ooh. Ooh, I do like that pink. Ooh, that's actually quite nice on there. I like. Kitsune, what you got? Twin Comac. Ooh, that's really tasty. Oh, hey, secondary innervate. That's right. This is a secondary weapon. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Multi-shot, critical damage, status chance. That's actually super good. You were being the harm assist? Man, I love being harm assist. You have qualms? I'm gonna qualm you. The innervate on this thing doesn't function? Wait, what? Innervate doesn't work on the Twin Comac? Rather not how it should? Go on. I mean, I like the rest of this build. Yeah, there's nothing really to say. Maybe some fire rate, more fire rate might be nice, but like... The only thing I would say is switch out Scorch for... switch out Scorch for... Prime Data Charge. That's the only thing really to say here. Each shot only counts as 10 crit chance, even fully spooled, unless you're insane. I'm not going into a 5-minute coding adventure, so you're gonna have to just be insane. We're not doing another 5-minute coding adventure. It's already been 2 hours. That looks really good in black. Now this, Kitsune, this is probably just look link screwing you, but this bluish color here looks like it could come up a tone more, but this could just be look link. I really hope that they fix look link. Dark Split Sword doing the heavy blade build, melee luminosity, red. The Dark Split Sword really just only has slam tech these days. One thing that I would highly recommend is that you have no base damage on here. And you've got double rad with double heat going into said rad. So I would probably recommend something like Condition Overload. You're building for crit damage, but you have, or you're building for crit damage, but you have no crit chance. So I would, instead of going into crit damage, I would probably lean harder into status chance on the weapon. And you have 3 mods giving you electric, 2 mods giving you heat, and this, all of that into rad, and you don't have any base damage on here. So I would definitely recommend getting some base damage on here, and probably leaning more into the status side of things than the crit side of things. Cardi, your Banshee. What the hell's that helmet? Oh, it's the bat helmet. I was like, what the hell is that helmet? It was just the Signet was messing with me. That looks really beautiful, Cardi. That's really, really nice. Using the deluxe skin with that helmet, that actually is really, really nice. And with that ephemera and the Signa, that's really, really, really good. If I had this Tenogen, this would have been a bibbidi boppity. It's a bit brighter? Yeah, I figured it would be a bit brighter. I do really like it, but this would be a bibbidi boppity if I had $15 to spend on it. It would be a bibbidi boppity. The deluxe skin for Banshee. I mean, I like the deluxe skin of Banshee just in general, but you know, how much is like $15 worth of stuff? Well, taxes included. Yeah. But don't worry about it. No, not in Plaid. It's Tenogen stuff. It's Tenogen. No, it's okay, Riaz. You can't gift Tenogen to across accounts. And I know that you're on console. You can't gift across like that. Yeah, Facebook's definitely weird, man. I gotta figure that out. All right, everyone. I am calling it here for me today. But before we go, thank you very much, Kitsune, for the 4 months tier 1. Thank you very much, Tunana, for the raid. Thank you very much, RPG Sushi, for the raid. Thank you, Evie, for the 5 months tier 1. Thank you, Perk, for the raid. Thank you, Ace, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Conrad, for the new tier 1. Thank you, Dreamer, for the 6 months tier 1. Thank you, Ace, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Caged Heart Media, for the 10k biddies. Thank you, CC, for the 5 months tier 1. Thank you, Rowan, for the 6 months tier 1. Thank you, Gexil, for the 4 months tier 1. Thank you, Scotty, for the year tier 1. And thank you, May, for the 23 months tier 1. And Neolas, I'll get it one day. Thank you very much for the 6 months Prime. For everyone else, we'll be back on Tuesday. I am hoping to get you a Jade video either Monday or Tuesday. So make sure that you're over on, you are followed on the tube. And if you haven't already and you have Facebook, super appreciate a follow over on my Facebook page. Of course, zero pressure if you are unable to or don't want to. I have no problems with that. But for everyone else, we're gonna go drop you off with good friend of the stream. We're gonna go drop you off over here with the J-Chan. All right, everybody, go say hi to J-Chan. Go spend a whole 60 seconds with them. They are wonderful, good friend of the stream, another great shorts creator. But for everyone else, take care, be safe, be good to each other. Hope you all have yourself a wonderful rest of your weekend. I am gonna go find some food and apparently get May a bunch of resources. All right, everybody, take care, be safe, be good to each other. Have yourselves a wonderful night. Much love. Go say hi to J-Chan. Bye.